Hey, J-Bo Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's up, Vacation Bob?
Oh, man. Yeah, so we didn't quite make it down to the shore. We're at my sister-in-law and her place is in Cherry Hill. So we're making the move. We're making the move. So but yeah, I'm out here in the deck. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. Looks nice.
They say they've got strong internet out here, so we'll see. If I'm breaking up y'all out there, let me know. Let me know.
Honestly, you're coming in crystal clear to me.
Oh, good. That's perfect. I mean, my brother-in-law claims he's got the mesh. He's got mesh, whatever that means, Jay.
What does that mean? You said that before when we were before. I'm like, I don't know what that means.
It's mesh. I don't know. That's like, robots. It's like small robots walking around, making sure I have Wi-Fi, I guess. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Next, a little better.
Oh, good. Good.
In his office, he's got what I've figured out what my setup's going to be moving forward. He's got the stand-up desk.
Oh,
It's awesome. And like he's got a button where you can raise it and lower it. Like if you want to sit sometimes, it's all it's automatic.
wow.
It's got a
so you
little
do some standing?
Yeah, I think I'll like that better than sitting all day, man. Like sitting all day is killing me, I think. Like the neck thing, the neck thing has to be from sitting all day in a bad chair.
Yeah.
Plus he's got a really nice chair in there. I was gonna try to pimp it when he leaves. Borrow it. So big morning, man. So we're going to if you all weren't with us on Monday and you're not aware, Proctor was called to the stand. Lally made it through his direct. And we are, about 50 minutes into the cross?
Yeah, not a lot. He just got started eviscerating Proctor Trooper. I mean, I'm starting to make a video that I'm hoping to premiere tomorrow before publicly buzz. But I was just watching that clip again, man, and he is. You could just tell he's angry, Alan Jackson, and he is. He called his colleague, a retard. He's asking for nudes. Like he hasn't gotten to half the shit that he's gonna get. Like, do you think it's gonna be all day cross, Bob? Like, what? Like how much half day?
Every time I think that Jackson's gonna do an all day cross, he does 20 minutes. So
Right.
I'm like, whoa. I mean, it seems like there's a lot more to go.
Yeah,
but if you think about the direct examination, all right, and there's an objection that you can make, and it's beyond the scope. And what that means is that the direct only covered so many things, so many issues, and that when the cross starts to go beyond those issues, you'll often get that beyond the scope objection, which sometimes judges will give them leeway depending, because if you think about the direct, a bulk of it was spent on the text messages, that really, we definitely got into the, the taillight and the text, and kind of little bit about his relationship. So we've got the relationships, the taillight, and probably some more of the texts are kind of the most fertile ground where he can still go. So yeah, man, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I would imagine at least another hour and a half. I don't think it'll go all day.
But something that just occurred to me that I didn't just think about until right now. Remember when she started talking about, for folks who don't know, one day this week they're going to be bringing in some experts from the defense to voir dire. And she already told the jury it's going to be one day is going to be like a half day where they don't have to be there. And it occurred to me, she said Wednesday because she's like, have your guy be here by Wednesday. Now that may not work with the counsel with defense. But today might be. I don't know. We have to.
It could be.
It just
You're
occurred to
right.
me that like this morning might be
It could
that
be.
or
It
this
could be that.
afternoon. So just a heads up, guys. Proctor might be delayed, or well, I guess she did say Wednesday. Yeah, Disney's confirming. So I
Did
don't.
she say she was going to go a half day on the voir dire day or the voir dire?
Yeah, I think she told the jury because first she was like, all day you're not going to be here. Then she came back later, was like, it's probably going to be a half day. So we'll have to see. I don't know if anyone's reporting on that. If like the defense has their experts there. Apparently they're from Pennsylvania. So just heads up that might happen today.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. She did say that. And I do remember her saying something about Wednesday. So it'll obviously depend on availability of the witnesses. If they could do that 1 day turnaround. Yeah, I mean, that's exciting. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, it could go that way.
Like I said, for folks that missed the last live, if they did, but you're always preaching that this is going to be one of those things where it's like a thing that should have happened before trial. It's happening during trial. But you always say, Bob, these types of motions and hearings, as far as who's going to get in, can make or break the trial. And sometimes half the time we don't see them. We just see the trial, and we're like, oh well. And then you realize that maybe there were like 6 other experts that could have testified, but the judge is like, no. So.
Huge. That's where I'm always saying, that's where the real war is, because like really the judge's role, if they're not the trier of fact, meaning that it's not a bench trial, is the gatekeeper of the evidence, deciding what comes in, what doesn't come in. And you see it here. Like this trial is a perfect example. And like for as much shit as Bev gets for being biased, I think she's actually doing a very solid job, man. I mean, she clearly knows the law, like she's not up there guessing. Like whenever she's when they're like, and we don't know what the basis of objections are. I think primarily, especially with Jackson, they're like, compound questions, which is where you're asking multiple questions within one. That's objectionable. And she'll say, you ask it again, Mr. Jackson, yeah, change it up. So she clearly knows the rules of evidence. I've actually grown pretty fond of her.
Yeah, I really think, and I noticed that I think she also was pissed at just Proctor because
100%.
She gave I mean, I'm not an attorney, but it seemed like she gave a lot of leeway because she even said, she's like, I'll give you a couple more. Like she could have been like, because he basically was making commentary saying like, this is fucked what you did. And she's like, I'll give you a couple more. Like I feel like she gave him leeway. It seemed like, in my opinion.
Agree. Well, when she said speak louder, like she didn't call him Trooper, she didn't address, she just yelled
Say
at
it.
him.
Are those your words? Say it.
Oh, that part was fantastic. That was fantastic. But there was another part where, typically she's like, sir, I need you to speak louder into the mic. We have the fans. I don't want to have to she just yelled at him, speak louder. So yeah, she clearly was not pleased. And like we talked about it a little bit, like leading into the examination, she knew what the issues were with Proctor. Like she was privy to it,
right?
Because we knew that she had said, she floated the idea, well, what happens if the Commonwealth doesn't call him? And that's, that whole thing where they said we would call him. So yeah, I mean, she knew going in that he was going to be kind of an insane witness in general. So yeah, man.
And by the way, Bob, and the video I'm making that I'm making for, hopefully I'm gonna have done by tomorrow. There was so much stuff that went on additional, separate from this trial. Like, did you see, Brian Steele, the attorney for Young Thug, got sent to jail because he wouldn't. I mean, that was insane. Also, we checked out the testimony from this Wade Wilson trial. That was insane. That's my whole point of my video that I'm making. It's like, that was one of the craziest days that by far the craziest day that I've seen, like where 3 trials are going on, and the stuff that are going on in all 3 trials just blew my mind. It was
insane, man. It's like, you can't write this shit. It's like like real life, stranger than fiction always. Yeah. The thing.
Did you have any thoughts on? Yeah, that's what were your thoughts on that watching it?
Fascinating, man. Because I happened to be on Law and Crime Friday when the court was dark, and that we were watching Young Thug trial. And so I happened to be watching right when the witness was jumping on. and this whole issue as to whether or not that he had use immunity. And then he got on the stand, and basically the first question that Fannie Willis asked him, or the state asked him, is like, "What's your age?" He said,
"How old are you?"
He says, "I'm grown."
Grown.
Yeah. And she says, "What?" He said, I'm grown man." And she's like, "No, well, like, what's your?" So I knew immediately, like, this guy's clamming up. And so then the whole thing just explodes. You've got he basically just flat out says, "I'm taking the fifth." And so all the defense attorneys are like standing up and screaming, like, mistrial. And kind of the premise behind that is, this is not a witness, especially in a RICO case. This is a witness who all the jury has heard about moving forward as being like an integral part of this crew that the state is claiming that Young Thug's crew is, which is a murdering, robbing, drug dealing crew, just using a record label as a beard, and the concept that, like, ethically we cannot put a witness on the stand knowing they're going to take the fifth. You can't do it. And the reason that it's prejudicial to the defendant, in light of the fact of the jury knowing who he is in the game, and him taking the fifth, we all know what that means. That means, it's your protection from self-incrimination. You cannot be compelled to testify against yourself. It's constitutional right. So when he says, "I'm taking the fifth," that automatically makes the jury think that he's committed crimes, which they're then going to bootstrap to the defendant. So, you know what I mean? So that's why it was a big deal. So fast forward to yesterday, when Steele apparently overhears this conversation between an ex parte communication between the state, the judge, and the witness. Now, the judge, dude, that whole thing was insane. That judge is not a good judge.
He's got to be recused.
Beyond that, he's not a good judge. When I was on Law and Crime, and we were talking about, like, he didn't even like really admonish the witness as to what use immunity is. Like, do you understand that, sir? Did your attorney thoroughly discuss what use immunity means and what it means for you moving forward? And the guy's like, I guess, whatever, gave some real non-answer. And like, I would expect a good judge to really admonish the witnesses to what they're about to get themselves into, and he didn't do that. And then this concept that a judge is speaking to a witness that is sworn and on the stand in the middle of his testimony with the state ex parte is just unallowable. It cannot happen, man. So Steele had every right to be exceptionally pissed off, and I respect the hell out of him, because the judge was grilling him. Where'd you get the info? Who told you? Oh,
yeah,
well,
he didn't deny it. Deny it. He's like, and that's the thing, guys. If you missed this, so what Bob is talking about on Friday, this witness that's supposed to testify for the state against Young Thug is like, they ask him, "How old are you?" Grown. He's like, "Well, how many years?" He stops. He pauses. Turns to the judge, "I plead the fifth." So at that point on Friday, the judge is like, "All right, you're going to plead the fifth. You're going to jail." So he sends him to jail over the weekend. You see his booking photo. He goes to jail over the weekend, comes back Monday, and apparently he's going to testify. But apparently, like you said, Bob, there was this meeting with the state, the judge in judge's quarters, and not only was Brian Steele not involved, everyone should have been involved, but apparently the witness says, "I did it. I killed someone." Like, he admits to that it was him, not Young Thug. And the judge is like, well, or the prosecutor, I forgot who was like, "All right, well, we're just going to keep you in jail forever if you don't like do what we want to do." So basically, they're pressuring him to say what they want to say. So Brian Steele finds out about this from some source, and that's
mind.
He's losing his mind. He's like,
"This is mind."
And the judge doesn't deny it. He's just like, "I want to know how you found out." Like, that's what he's pissed about. He's not pissed.
He cares about who ratted.
He didn't say like, "No, that didn't happen." He's like, right. Who is it? Who is it? Steele's like, "I'm not telling you what it is."
He's either you were eavesdropping or somebody ratted me out, and I want to know who it is. And I'm going to use my power from up here on high to force you into doing it. Dude, it's madness. I love it. I love it because it puts yet another defense attorney in a heroic role,
Well,
showing
I mean,
the importance of what defense attorneys do in the system. You know, it's like I have no idea whether Young Thug's thing is really just a beard or they're like a marauding band of murdering, drug dealing psychopaths that happen to make records.
well,
But
you know, talk about a defense attorney for folks. So he gives them 5 minutes, guys. If you miss it, he's like, I'll give you 5 minutes to come back here and tell me who did this. They come back 5 minutes later. He's like, I'm not telling you. He's like, arrest him. They have the court officer come in. He takes off his jacket and he comes up. He's like, this is BS. But this is amazing, guys. If you missed this day of court. So then
Allison was rabbit holed like a mofo, and she's like, "This is fascinating."
It
She's like,
was.
why are you covering this trial? I'm like, okay, this thing's been going on for 8 months.
There's no way that we were covering that thing.
I told her, I'm like, yo, this is 8 months in, man, and they've only been in court like 80
every day is
whatever
like
every day.
Yeah, they come in, they adjourn it.
Yeah.
So then, guys, if you missed this, there's this group of attorneys in Georgia. I forget what they called it, but like specifically that comes to defend other attorneys. So he has an attorney that comes in, and there's like 25 out. She's like, I think her name is Merchant. She's like, I got 25 attorneys deep that want to come in here and support this man. So he comes out and he's like, listen, we don't have the room, but anyway, they come in. They discuss it, and she's like, listen, you can't just send someone to jail. There has to be like a hearing. You have to get like, you can't just. So he's like, I don't care. And she's like, but you would be part of that hearing. You're a witness. You can't just. There has to be a hearing. So anyway, she appeals. But this is what Brian Steele says. So he gives him 20 days in jail. The attorney, the Judge Glenville's like, you got 20 days in jail to be served on the weekends for 2 days every day until like August. And this is the badass attorney. Steele comes up, but he's like, all right, well, if I'm going to be in jail for those weekends, can I be in jail with my client, Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug? I mean, talk about if that guy, Young Thug, is getting his money's worth. By the way, Bob, did you see that I think who filed the appeal was his wife. His wife is also an attorney, Brian Steele.
Sounds like it's a nice little Mata and Mata, Steel and Steel type thing going on.
Yeah,
where you got
the
wife
cool,
who's
man.
always got her man's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I did not know that. I was traveling, so I didn't see some of the action. I'm definitely going to have to dig into it because it's like, the world's on fire with all this thing that's going on over there. And like I said, man, anything that like kind of shines a light on what we do in the system as defense attorneys, I'm all for it, man. You know, it's like all the law tube people were like, oh, how heroic! This guy's a badass. I'm like, I'm like, oh man, that's what we do. You know, that's what we do. So yeah, Skittles, I am in right outside of Cherry Hill, Voorhees, New Jersey. I haven't quite made it down to the shore yet. After we're done with the stream today, I'm heading down there. And then I got to try to figure out a good setup there. They have a nice deck, like that over. I can see the ocean. Maybe I'll have like a real nice little, but it's in a like a condo high rise type thing. So I don't know. It's all about the signal, dude.
Meditation with Bob segment where you just turn the camera on the ocean and we all just have some breaths.
That sounds glorious.
The shit that we watch.
Well, they have this koi pond over here that if I got a signal, plus I'd pay like the soothing sound of this, the water feature, like the waterfall would put everybody to sleep. We'd all be like napping because it's so serene. Serenity now. Serenity now. Veronica Williams, let me give a few shout outs here. Jay, thank you so much. Becoming a new member of DD. Appreciate you. Not your edit. Love it. Big day for Proctor. Maybe. If you missed it, Jay brought up a great point. Today could be Vordier Day. And if it's Vordier Day, then she did say that we'll do a half day that day. She's like, I know I said that we were going to go full days, but this other thing came up. And if that very well could be today. Like, we'll all be disappointed that we don't get Proctor today, but these are necessary things. It's all going to depend on the witnesses. What she'll do is, like, if Yannetti and Jackson come in and say, well, we couldn't, we could get two of the guys. She's not going to break it into days. She's going to say, all right, like that's the only reason I think maybe it'll be like tomorrow or Friday, just because I think she's going to want all that to happen in one day. She's not going to want to interrupt the trial any more than she has to, and she just wants it done. So, but we'll see. I mean, if they could arrange for everybody to get here today, 1 day's notice, which in this world is tough, but I mean, we'll find out. Catgrow, happy hump day. Indeed. Good old
Hey,
Wednesday.
Catgrow.
Love it. Love it. And thank you for being a member. Love it. 1 month. It's amazing. Wow. Veronica coming in hot. J-Bo. The vacay fund. Thank you, Allie J. For all your hard work. We love you guys. We love you back, Veronica. Thank you so much for that incredibly generous gift. Miabito, gifting.
Nice.
Always give her. Love you, Mia. Thank you so much. Who was the lucky recipient of that? Do we know?
That's the tough thing. It's like if you don't, I wish it starred that too. Because if you guys don't know, StreamYard like stars stuff for us, so we can go back and look at it. But like it doesn't star who got it, and then like we have to scroll. And our chat has been flying, which is awesome. You guys are amazing, but it's hard for us to see who gets it.
Us chat in the game. Facts. Donna White. Oh, Donna. $5 loved how fired up Allie was on Excellent. Me too. Go team Allie.
She's kind of getting into the. I thought she hated social media.
I called her out on her bullshit yesterday.
I saw that.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what? Cut your hole. I'm not. You know, I don't do social media bullshit. We need her. We need her out there. We need her voice. Plus, I gotta have somebody like that's like. I was fighting with people all night, just trying to go to sleep, enjoying my vacation. Like that whole crew, the whole crew of people that are like, oh. You called the witnesses murder. I'm like, I didn't do any such thing because I consider everything to be viable on the table in terms of theories. This is a far cry from me calling anybody a murderer. And quit acting like these people are just normal witnesses. They are all third-party culprits. It's a major difference. It just is. These aren't like your typical just a lay witness, or somebody who is coming in to testify about bank records. They're the people that are who the defense is pointing their finger at. So they're obviously going to be a part of the conversation, period.
Well, not only that, the mental gymnastics that are going on out there about like trying to defend fucking Proctor is making me insane.
Oh,
like I posted a short last night and like, oh, I mean, there's a way different, there's a different gymnastics people, but the one is, they're just joking. And I lost my mind last stream about that. I'm like, you fucking kid, this is, but like, and someone's like, oh, you wouldn't believe what they see, construction workers do. I'm like, I don't give a shit. This guy's a cop investigating a woman who could go to jail for the rest of her fucking life. And somehow the equivalency to some other shit, it's like, you got to be fucking kidding me,
dude. Well, it's the same in the Twitter sphere and social media world as it is, in the courtroom. They always say if you don't have the law, you don't have the facts, you bang the table. I consider it to be a lot of table banging with that. Charlie Lynn, $2 hollow. I heard a little noise. Strike force. I like it. Thank you so much for the generosity. All right. So is signal so far pretty good, guys?
Wrong. You're coming in great to me. All right, chat. Right. Let us know.
I've seen it's popped up on my end a couple times where it's like, oh, if you can get closer to your.
Is that in StreamYard? That you like the little thing?
Yeah,
dude, that happens to me too. I honestly think, and then I look at my own signal and it's really wrong. Like I think that's StreamYard shit. Like
that's what I got too. Same shit. I've got the exact same thing. So yeah, mine is strong, but the StreamYard thing does that weird little thing every once in a while. All right, what's going on in there, J-Bo? We heard the noise. No fan yet. We didn't get the fan shot.
Yeah, there's still guys, we're keeping an eye on it. It's still just the background. I don't see anything, and I thought I heard a noise for a second, but now it's gone. So
oh my goodness. Oksana Luke, who I got to meet at CrimeCon.
Nice.
Incredibly wonderful woman. I got to meet her, and her son was there with her. Sweet kid. She was she was walking around with it was so great to hang and to meet. Like, you'd be surprised how many of our people were there. It was like when I was telling you, we're like, oh yeah, where's Jay? Why isn't Jay here? I'm like, because he doesn't like to leave his house. That's why he's not here.
Accurate.
With any kind of excuse he can to never leave his house. So, but no, man, it was great, and we had so many of our people out there, man. It was awesome. Thank you so much for that incredibly generous $50 holla. Happy to be working from home today, Mr. Faces. Proctor, it's going to be a fabulous day. We hope we're keeping our fingers crossed, because it could be a pivot day, could be the old, which would be interesting too. Like, because if they do the voir dire of these witnesses, we're talking about the defense's doctor that they're bringing on that is going to testify something to the effect that in her opinion that the injuries are from an animal, namely a dog. So that would be interesting. And then we've got the feds, like these guys that the feds hired, who are accident reconstruction guys and black box guys. So like, it's not going to be like boring if it pivots. I mean, we all want Proctor. That's for certain.
Dude, I think even if it does that, I think what she, like, I don't think she's like doing that and then leaving for the rest of the day. I think what she's doing is like, that'll be the morning, no jury.
And then we
but
go
then,
to
but then again, how could she
know.
do that if she didn't tell the jury already, like Monday? How could she not have them? You know what I mean? Like,
That's
unless she does him in the
saying.
morning and says, you guys are done. You can go home. The afternoon, we're doing some stuff. That's
I think. Yeah, exactly. You know, because like it's rare that a judge will have a jury on call, meaning like, oh, you know, we're going to handle all this stuff, especially if she thinks it's going to be a half day. Because originally she thought it was going to be a full day. I thought that was crazy. And then she amended that and said, well, no, I think it'll probably be a half day. So, but we'll see. What, like, whatever the case may be, we'll be here for it, whatever it is. Kyle McNitt gifted 1 DD
Kyle, nice
membership.
Kyle.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. So what's up what's up with you guys? Where are you guys at? How's do you guys hear all the nature?
Yes, I do.
So they've got this like bird sanctuary set up right outside of like kind of their thing, where I saw like 3 cardinals, like 2 little fawn were out in this area. Like it was
look at you in nature.
It was unbelievable. It's very serene. Serenity now. All right, let me go get my coffee. I'll be right back.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for being here. I am keeping an eye on the trial. They are not live yet. Hopefully we find this is day 23, if you can believe that. Again, we might have some voir dire, which they will stream. I saw someone ask that. They will, I think. I mean, they streamed all the pretrial stuff, so I assume they will definitely stream that. We should be able to watch that.
You are unmuted.
What? Oh, that's the court. I'm like, all right.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and from the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So, a few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case with us. You may know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that. And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on
It's
Monday.
like a juror was
All right.
dismissed, Bob.
With that, can we bring the
What?
witness in, please?
One of the jurors was dismissed.
What? For what?
Yeah. She didn't really say.
Wow, looking at shit.
Could be.
Of course it was. Well, could be sick. I always like to jump right to the most extreme conclusion. God damn it, they found out she was watching the trial on our channel. I mean, can you blame her?
No, I can't. Oh, personal reasons.
Good morning, Trooper.
All right. Let's go. Go time.
She
All right,
personally loved
whenever you're ready,
our
Mrs.
stream
Jackson.
and couldn't
As
stop
a matter
watching.
of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
Oh my Lanta, we are just starting out with the sidebar. Do I have shots on this one? I forgot. Yep, I do. Gotta turn off the old loop.
Wow, you looped it. You're looping hard. Looping hard. Looping.
I'm sure whoever is in the the reporters who are in the court will let us know, like if it was a man or a woman who is not there now.
Yeah, from what I've heard, from all indications, it's been we have a predominantly female jury.
Yeah,
is what I've been reading.
while you were out there, Bob, you got 10 memberships.
What?
From Meg
Oh
P, who is
goodness.
just an always giver.
You guys, you're the best. You're the best. Thank you so much. It's amazing. I feel like I need to play some kind of great little soundbite thing.
I am your father.
Oh no.
White man in his 30s, Michelle says, thank you.
It's outrageous, egregious, preposterous. It's definitely preposterous.
Good old Kramer.
Thank you very much.
That's the one I was looking
Is the
for.
one. Oh, you guys are saying, "Oh my Lanta" now?
Oh, my Lanta. That's such like a 73-year-old grandmother type thing to say. You know, I love it. Oh, my Lanta. Gee, what is going on with you kids?
You know why I say it, Bob? Do you know why I say my Lanta?
Well, yeah. I mean, my Lanta. You're talking about the product, my Lanta?
Well, yeah, but I say it because I feel weird saying, "Oh my God," because like I'm an atheist. That's why.
Oh. I
So
think I've heard somebody say that before. Did you pick that up from somebody?
No,
That's emails. Joey Jackalone says, "What's up, Joe?"
Hey, Joe. I just and that's why I say thank for folks who don't know. I say thank Larry instead of thank God because me and Babe say that because we love Larry David and consider him like a god. So I say thank Larry.
I consider him a family member. Actually, I've watched Curb Your Enthusiasm and obviously Seinfeld so much that I feel like he's like a distant uncle.
He's the best.
He's hilarious.
Oh, they said that. DJ Tanner said that. I did not know that.
All right, so one of our ride or dies, Kaylin, she tweeted today that her mom had a heart attack last night.
Oh no.
She's about to undergo an angioplasty at the hospital. So do me a favor, y'all. Let's all, give our all of our deepest healing vibes out to Kaylin's mom.
Yes.
Kaylin, if you're out there, we hope
Thinking about you.
we're thinking about you. We hope everything goes okay.
Absolutely.
If you hear this, keep us posted, please.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that.
Oh, Jay, this is awesome.
Pages
The chair?
25,
Nice, good. You need.
No, not the chair, but yeah,
Oh.
the chair, but no, Jackson.
25,
The chair is
25,
awesome too.
45. I'd like to have these marked as, for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Oh God, this is gonna take another year.
Oh,
Verb, do you
hey,
copy?
man. It's the
Copy?
it's the inner workings
Your
of
Honor,
the
may I
court.
stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
That was wonderful. Bravo.
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamps number, base stamp number. Next packet would be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 and 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620. Then packet 2628 and 2634, and finally, a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for being here. While they do this, if you could please hit that like, we really appreciate it. Get this thing in the algorithm.
May I approach?
Yes.
They still marking exhibits?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sleuthy just DM'd me a reporter's thing. Dropped off for personal reasons that have nothing to do with the case. So that's, you know, Bob, I was just checking. So for folks who don't know, I'm on TikTok. The shame, I'm everywhere. Bob is too, and I post everywhere. On TikTok, I posted that video of Steele getting like arrested. It just hit 500K views. It's wild how like social media works, where you could post something to TikTok, or and it will do, or you can post it to YouTube. It does nothing. My recommendation, though, if you're a creator and you're like trying to do this, post it everywhere. You just never know when something's going to hit.
Never know when it's going to hit.
Never know.
Where did do well? TikTok,
yeah.
Did you just post like did you do any talking, or
no? I did. That's I've been doing talking now, which is weird, but like I feel weird doing it because generally when I've done it before, especially on TikTok, for people who don't watch me stream, like who is this guy? Because usually I just do clips.
Thank you.
But my son's like, you got to do that more, Ethan, and I listen to him.
All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you,
Jackson.
All right, let's go.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I did not.
I want to take a look at page 2527, if you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They didn't just want answers, they wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
Said the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because he had, Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the, finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had investigated, you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? Then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Wow.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
No.
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right,
Man.
so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that.
Wow.
Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yeah, based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the 1 shoot discovered at the scene, the 1 shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him? Question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or no?
medical.
That's yes or
No,
no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death. Correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that
even
I was
a
aware of.
contusion.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
Oh, say it. I dare you. Say it. I dare you. Say it. I dare you.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of the chute, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Bullshit.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next
Wow.
question.
Convenient answer.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement That's another animal we won't be able to prove references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing
You think
John
Jack-
O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537.
Jackson's killing this cross right now.
Destroying it. This man's getting eviscerated. Elizabeth L.
5051
Thank you so much for the $20 Venmo.
writes,
You're the
but
best.
I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Berg writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No,
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th.
Man.
Everything led to Miss Reed
Yeah,
hitting
and
Mr.
Karen.
O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see.
Yeah, we've been
Let's
hearing
keep
all
reading,
that
shall we?
evidence this trial, haven't we, Jay? All the overwhelming evidence. I've just been like
50-51,
swarmed with overwhelming
further
evidence.
down
that Karen
says-
Reed hit him,
gotta be.
buried
I
under.
could
it.
only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 50-51, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 50-51 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Ms. Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes
He
in
meant that.
with a little comedy.
He meant that
Not
absolutely.
newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it different.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
Welcome, Allie. Team
What you
Allie.
meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor,
I was
was you were going to
behind,
make
so
sure
I wish I
because
should have caught up first because it was getting crazy.
5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me.
was on
That's something I
fire.
shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture, just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't.
This is a dream cross-examination of a cop for a defense attorney. A dream.
Not sure if that came from me, sir.
He's been waiting for this for months.
Let's skip to 2543.
I waited my entire career to have this kind of like fodder. Man, it's unbelievable. Boston JD,
You there,
new
Trooper
member.
Proctor?
Welcome.
Yes.
Welcome, welcome.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Oh my
Trooper
God.
Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Butthole.
You're essentially, I guess you're Rectum area.
Your butthole.
Your anus.
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you're making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant
Yanetti's shaking his head.
with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You can get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir.
I'm sorry. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Much to my chagrin, it does not end
Let's
yet.
skip to 2543.
Man.
On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote nothing, writing a warrant. Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?"
Oh my God.
Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at Sidebar. Take that down, please.
Say hello to my little friend.
I mean, Bob, this just goes back to your
Listen,
point.
dude, I'm going to play that because this cross-examination, these text messages are like that big giant gun
Say hello to my little friend.
that Tony Montana had in Scarface, man. Dude, this is yeah, Joe, what do you think of this police work, my friend? Now we've got a great cop here. We're very lucky right now in this moment in time. We've got an amazing former NYPD detective, homicide detective, Joe Jackalone, and then we've got Trooper Michael Proctor on the stand. Like you see the difference. You see why they really need to screen people who are going to get that gun and that badge. Can't have guys like this guy with a gun and a badge.
Without reference to the
That should be
specifics,
launched from the force.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar.
Sure.
She clearly didn't make her point clear. I mean, it's like you said, Bob, the other day, you know, you can't polish this turd because it's diarrhea. This is, you can't fix this. This is forever. After this, it's all, I think it's all, I just.
The case is, no jury is convicting that. Like, aside from the horrific shit that he's saying about her, just the fact that Jackson was able to get into evidence that they didn't investigate anybody in that house at all, that he had already made his decision based on nothing. You know, this taillight thing.
16 hours.
And I believe that that's before the ME had come down with an undetermined, you know, it's like there's, I'm with you, man. I don't see how a jury's coming. Like now I want to know. Now I want to know what happened in that house. If something happened, like I think they have to really, this thing needs to go further.
You are unmuted.
It can't just be reasonable doubt. Oh man, I can't wait till the MEs, and I can't wait till we start getting the forensic stuff.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you said to the jurors.
Correct.
You know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
Ooh.
It's the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Oh boy.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. It's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Mm-hmm. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
All of them. All of the pages. Review all the pages. Yeah, it's so funny. Ems, you wrote that, and I was thinking that exactly. Like, he's on the absolute hottest of hot seats in the world. And I'm sitting here with all these blissful little birds chirping.
Come ahead just a moment, Your Honor.
They're very angry with Proctor. I can just tell you that.
Approach.
Yes.
Y'all, if the lovely birds are driving you nuts, let me know. I'll mute my mic.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
Travis, I'm in Voorhees, New Jersey, on my way to the Jersey Shore. I had a pit stop here at my sister-in-law. She wanted to see Scout. So we spent the night here. Scout's getting picked up. She'll be down the beach within 2 hours, having the time of her life, while dear old dad is sitting here watching this guy get flamed down.
For whoever was asking me to say what Scout whispered, you will never get it from me. You will never get that from me. I promise you, I will never tell you what she whispered. Don't ask me.
Okay.
I like to think that you've gained even more resolve after watching old Steel.
Question and answer.
Yeah,
a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding.
I will go to jail first.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
By the way, when Bob gets to the shore, we're hoping to have the Situation and Snooki come on as guest commentators.
Ooh, I love it. I love it. Little DTF.
GTL.
Oh, yeah. Man, all the good stuff.
Trials here. Trials here.
Angela, I'd say on a I do see you like there's a lot. I slowed down the chat, put a little bit of a governor on the chat. You guys were crushing it in here today. 10-second little boop. I know that can be annoying, but we want everybody like and Jay and I like to be able to see the chat. And when you guys are going a million miles an hour, it's tough for us. Like on the scale, you know, if I were to give my pain scale, I'd probably go about a 6. Not a 5. A 5. I'm not going to be a whiner, you know. So I have to always remember my wife gave birth to 4 kids, man. Like let's put things in the proper context. You know, I'm being whiny because I have a stiff neck. My wife gave birth to 4 kids. So like
you're not being whiny. It hurts. It's all right.
I mean, it hurts, but
it's not the same as that, of course. But
I mean, Allie had to bounce. She thought she could come on, and something came up. Real court stuff came up. So this cross, man, is it's like it's got two prongs. It's got the unprofessionalism, disgusting nature of the way that he talks about Karen Reed. And it's got the prong that they just didn't do the investigation at all because the cops at that house. I mean,
you were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families? Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or,
Acquaintances, say it.
communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question. I know these three individuals, from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
And it was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
I'm not sure if that's a window next to him, but if I was there, I would just be jumping right out of it.
Oh man,
I'm leaning towards this lasting a day now. I mean, this is like,
yeah, I mean, he's really pounding him over the head with all of it. Yeah, no, or if there's a hole, he needs to go crawl into it. You know, I mean, this is like a nightmare for this guy. And you know what, Jay, he deserves it. This all deserves
no
to come out
argument here.
So, and Albert, I got to be honest, man. Like Bev's letting all this shit in. Like there's always going to be objection. She sustains things, but she's letting him get all of this in. The jury is hearing all of this, all of it. Even, and look, defense attorneys know that they will ask questions that are going to be objected to. I talk about it all the time. I know that it'll be objected to, but I want the jury to hear the question because it plants the seed in their mind. They don't even need to hear the answer because they know the answer based on everything that preceded it. That has been going on in this. I have no problem with what Bev is allowing in at this point. He is getting all of it in, all of it. You can, there's one takeaway from this cross-examination, and it's that Proctor's a piece of shit. There is no other takeaway from this. This guy if, and I said it the other day, if Karen is responsible for this, and no one's ever going to convince me that she did it purposefully, but if she hit him unwittingly and, she walks on this thing, they have no one to blame other than Michael Proctor and the rest of MSP. They didn't investigate this. The witnesses, the witnesses that are getting abused and harassed, which I would never support, they should be furious with MSP. If they would have done the job, they would have gone and done a proper investigation and cleared people, like actually cleared people. We went into the house. There was absolutely no evidence. We had texts in there. We scoured the house. We looked for blood. We looked for everything. Any indication that something had happened to that house. None of this is happening. I'm so tired of the people on the other side talking about none of that happened. If the Albert and McCabe people are truly innocent, I would be furious with the state police. Fury. Could you imagine? Could you imagine going through this shit where had they done their job, none of this happens? None of it. No one can convince me otherwise that had they gone in and done a proper investigation and they're fully cleared, that no one's giving them shit. This defense doesn't exist at all if they're all cleared. Relying on the word of cops in terms of saying, okay, we're not going to investigate because you're a cop. No, that's not how this thing works at all. So, Albert, I feel you, man. I know that a lot of, I just think Bev's been allowing everything that she needs to allow in.
Not only does she allow stuff, but you've talked about this before, she'll say, ask it differently. She doesn't just say, sustain to the objection.
Right.
She
Exactly.
lets him know, if you say this a different way, you can get it in. We've seen judges that don't do that. We've seen judges that are just sustained, and then the attorney will say, no, sustain. She lets him know that there's a different way he can get stuff in.
Definitely. Charlotte, so the transcripts are in evidence. The jury can certainly ask to see exhibits, and if they request to see the exhibits of the transcripts, she might send them back. That's always kind of decided after, in terms of this, the judges and the lawyer will get together and say, okay, what do we want to send back with them? They're never going to send back weapons and things like that. Stuff like the text messages, the defense can say, we want them sent back. We want to have, we want the jury to have those at their disposal, but they can also ask to see certain exhibits. But that'll be up to the judge. I saw Brooklyn. So the deal is they moved this trial into a much smaller courtroom. Essentially, it is a public trial. There's 10 seats available to the media, and the rest is family, the family of John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. So it's a super teeny courtroom. So there's no room for the public to come in. So
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jay.
I was just gonna say, based on the defense, who said that, they thought that the jury might not get a good look at the witness, and to their point, you want this jury having a great look at Proctor right now.
Oh man,
and that's why they made it. They thought that there was an obstructed view or something, and that's why and she granted it.
Exactly. I mean, look, Lally's playing the hand he was dealt. That's all that attorneys can do. You can't bad facts. The most that you can hope to do with a bad fact, and I considered Michael Proctor his entire being is a bad fact. Like he's a walking bad fact. Like if there was a definition of a bad fact, it would be a picture of Michael Proctor. Like this whole, it's like everything about him is like a nightmare. Now you know why Lally wanted not to put this guy on the stand. Like he was trying to avoid putting this guy on the stand so diligently. That's why we saw Buchnick. Like Buchnick really put in all the evidence of the investigation so as to try to avoid Proctor. But that's what I was saying. The defense has done such a masterful job of infusing Proctor into the narrative of this case that it would have been impossible for the Commonwealth not to have called him. That would have left every juror wondering, why in the world are they not calling this guy that we heard about for 6 weeks, who's one of the lead investigators in the case? Like, how didn't this guy come up there? They had to put him on. They forced their hand on it.
I actually have a question about Bukaki. Do you think it's weird that he's making? I guess maybe it's because he's making the point through Proctor. But why didn't they ask him? Hey, you're the guy that works for you is texting this shit, and you were okay with it. You thumbs up it, like you thought. Like, why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't they ask him those questions?
Facts not in evidence at that point. So at that point, because
they don't have his like text thread.
Correct. So like, I mean, and now they don't need to because they got it in that he liked it. You know what I mean? It's like, but that's why they couldn't bring it in. That Proctor's text messages weren't in evidence yet. So at that point, you can't discuss things not in evidence. I saw another comment. I want to throw it up here real quick while we have this little. We're at a sidebar, y'all. Let's see. I saw it. I don't know where it went. It was about whether or not the judge will grant. It was whether or not the judge will grant a directed verdict after this cross-examination. The answer to that is no. So we always make our motions, and it's always the defense that makes a motion for a directed finding or verdict after the state's or Commonwealth's case in chief is done. So not at the end of the case. So right before we go and start our case in chief, we then go to the judge and say, look, they have not met their burden. Even in a light most favorable to the prosecution, they have not met their burden. And you make your argument, and then the judge will decide there. I think, and like, I can't really answer the question until all of the evidence comes in from the Commonwealth. I mean, look, we could be hearing all of this right now, and it turns out that they have black box information that says that Karen Reed hit them. None of this matters. But from what I hear, they don't have that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So at that point, I'll have a better idea. Like where I stand right now, the second degree is getting booted. I don't think that they're going to be able to prove intent. I think that based on what they have with the tail light and Karen Reed's statements, that they have enough where Bev will feel like she's going to send, and the drinking. So it's, because it's manslaughter with the OIU or under the influence, or operating under the influence. So, which requires I think they've proven up that she was drinking, so that I think might survive.
Proctor should try to run and grab that binder and throw it out the window.
And Albert, thank you so much for your generosity. Came in with 20.
Oh, tiny table guy about to shine. Let's do it, sir. MVP.
I love the sound of birds. It helps balance out the intensity. Yes. P.S. Called in sick to watch you guys. I love that. I love
nice,
that.
Christina. Thank you.
Good job.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B, as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Albert, but I mean, they're going to get the extrapolation. You give it whatever weight you want to give it, but you know, they had her BAC from the section 12 of that blood draw. You know, they had it at a pretty high number. So, you know, I mean, technically over 0.08 is over the legal limit.
To Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please. That's triple C as in Charlie. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them. Correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
How you doing, Scout?
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have. Yes.
Scout, I want you to know people try to get your secret from me, and I told them I'll go to jail before they get your secret from me. Does your dad have you muted? Can I unmute it? Oh, I can't do it.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report.
All right, thumbs up. Are you going to the beach today, Scout? Can't hear you. Okay. How was the trip? Was it good? What did you have? Any annoying babies?
Do you
by
recall Trooper Proctor ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
Typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please.
Bye, Scout.
Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
You muted her, Bob. How dare you, sir?
She muted. She asked me to. Well, I asked her not to talk during the testimony.
You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a Ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, it was fine. Just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
If I tell you a joke in text and you come back at me with 2 ha's, I know you hate me. So you better show me. You better show me 3 ha's if you think it's funny. You come back with 1 or 2. If you come back with 1, you're now my enemy.
One, you are a mortal enemy. Ha.
Yeah.
2 is ha ha. 3 is like yeah.
Right.
Yeah, real laugh.
How dare you, Jack? I saw that. Mods block Jack.
Jack, you're gone. Son of a bitch. Oh, she knew how to unmute. I didn't want her to talk to the she loves to talk to you guys. I didn't want her to talk through the testimony though. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for being so sweet to Scout. She's my rider.
You are unmuted.
May I? Yes. Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Jack, add that to the ledger. The absolutely ledger.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was.
Yes.
The nature of the case.
Correct.
That it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668.
I need my witness.
Referring to. Okay. This point. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668?
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
I don't like the 2 ha's, but I will take an LOL.
Okay, go ahead,
That's
sir.
okay with me.
You wrote the word homicide.
Lalo.
Is that right?
Lolo.
Yes.
You were describing
Yeah.
to your sister the
One
nature of the
isn't
case
enough.
that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide, and you wrote don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
Objection.
She then writes,
Objection.
this
I hope
is
you're
your
not hurting your neck
livelihood,
doing that.
didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted, this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're gonna
that part.
interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
Are you sure?
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
Are you sure?
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with them, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's
Are you
literally explaining
sure?
that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
What's your
That's-
prediction for the fight then? Prediction? Yes, prediction. Pain.
The way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
Are you sure?
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
This man is done.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife, who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert.
Yes.
For your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case variously?
The phone records of
anybody, witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses,
Mr. people, whatever.
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses. Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Almost.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find that witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Allie is gobsmacked. She cannot believe. You know, Bob, all I can think of while this is happening, there's a famous moment in sports. Vince Carter, he's in the dunk competition. He does this insane
Let me just ask
dunk,
you if
and
that
then he's just
refreshes your recollection.
game over. Like, that's just like a
It does, sir.
game
Are
over.
those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Joe says, in preparation for his response, ADA Lally is drafting a new seating chart of the Waterfall Bar and Grill to discuss. Joe.
I just want to remind everybody that had the feds not investigated this, none of us would have known any of this stuff took place. Just want that to sink in.
And I just want to remind everyone, this is still the state's case. This is not the, like, it feels like this is still the state's witness. This is a state's witness.
Dude.
Thank you for the 5 memberships, Joe
There you go.
Schmo coming
Yes.
in hot.
Thank you, Joe.
Is this going to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel? Yes. With the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was there one name left out? Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
Yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one, you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper
told you
Zach
the
Clark.
truth.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of her tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that or allow
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8? Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Sallyport?
Objection.
it? Sustained.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess and I'll see you 15, 20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes. By the way, I don't think she made any right? She didn't say anything to the jury this morning about like afternoon being off. So I assume today is a full day. Thank you all for being here. We've been We've been floating right near 1,000 people watching. It's amazing. Thank you for being here. If you haven't hit that like, if you could please hit it, we would greatly appreciate it. What a day so far. Like I said, I started off thinking there's no way he goes a full day, but man, this might be a full day across. Does anyone know the like situation on the stream? We have 979 currently watching. Oh, Allie's joining. Allie has been feverishly texting our group chat, and she's in the chat. So she is on fire with what's going on today. $4.95. Thank you, guys. Thank you. About halfway. We like it. Thank you. If you haven't hit it, hit that like. Gets us in the algorithm. Gets more people to join us. Oh, I see Michael's here. He's a big fan of mine. All right, we're gonna go on break for 15 to 20 minutes. Ayana, what's up, Ayana? There's the oh no!
Hey there, Karen.
Son of a bitch! I got Jessied. Oh, damn it! Bob is Ethan's doing good. Thank you, guys. Bob is take a little break. Allie will join us. Oh, there she is. Let me know when you're ready, Allie. I'll bring you on. Oh, she brought herself on.
Wow.
What do you think, Allie? What have you been thinking?
I had some stuff going on, so I couldn't watch all of it, but I found most shocking, and it's like I really am trying to stay on the fence because it's like I don't get it. I still don't think we know the right shit, but I had no idea that who was it? Julie Albert sent that, like, offered that gift before she ever even talked to him. So, like, what? The sister goes and meets with her. Whatever the sister says to her, she is so grateful for that she's gotta buy a gift.
Something stinks. Something stinks.
I mean, it's crazy.
Do you think at this point? I mean, we haven't even finished the cross, but do you think that they can overcome this with? I mean, first of all, Lally, I don't care. He's not going to be able to rehabilitate this. This is a mess. But do you think there's evidence, like Bob said, perhaps if they show evidence of a black box, saying can they overcome this like clear just mess of an investigator?
I mean, I guess, like, if the black box, which I'm sure it doesn't, or we wouldn't be in this same spot we're in right now, like, show that she hit something. So we know the black box isn't gonna be, like, they're gonna try to point to some stuff that makes it seem like it did happen, but it's not gonna be black and white. And, I mean, when I was thinking about the DUI is dependent on him having the right time when she stopped drinking, and they have no idea when she stopped drinking. At least I don't watch everything, you do. Has she ever said when her last drink was?
Has Karen Reed said what? Well,
Like, when she spoke to the police initially, I don't know that
no,
you
not that I've
remember
heard.
after this many weeks of trial, but if they don't have a real start date, technically, I think that the judge should find that it's insufficient because, I mean, maybe they battled that out in a motion in limine because I think I would have said it can't even go in. I'm sure they probably did because that was such a wide range of error that it seemed like they could try to argue that it shouldn't even go in, and she probably said it goes to wait, but without knowing the time, it's completely arbitrary. I don't know,
Right.
but I don't know how they get past this without something pretty serious. I mean, it's very, very clear that he was talking to his sister, that his sister then ran and met with, you know, maybe it was just like friends talking, maybe it's nothing, you know what I mean? But it stinks. It's like, to me, there's no coming back. It was like, you know, in OJ, when I heard those texts, and I'm not comparing these texts to that, and I'm not saying it's because of the text. I'm just saying, I was like, I don't believe anything that you guys say. So, you know, I felt like, even though I thought he was guilty, I would have had to say not guilty.
Right. And this whole trial we've been leading up to, this isn't the first time a witness has come on and had some stuff that stinks, whether it's deleting messages, getting rid of phones, deleting calls, doctoring video. Like it just, and then you have this guy come on who's one of the main investigators, and he's just texting his friends about it and being just a piece of garbage. He's, you know, talking about, and essentially, like Alan Jackson brought up today, he basically he's done with his investigation within 16 hours. He has figured it all out in 16 hours.
And how would he know that the guy did nothing wrong if no one saw what happened? I mean, how's he saying the guy did nothing wrong? Did somebody see what happened? I mean, it's definitely bizarre. I do think that I mean, I think that actually the whole thing with the sister, I think probably just took anybody that was like trying to think, well, I'm not going to hold the text against him, you know, it's horrible, it's terrible, like anyone on the jury, I mean. But I'm going to try to see if my mind, if I'm, you know, if he really affected his investigation, that as soon as you hear him lying about knowing the Alberts, trying to pander about whether he was giving his sister information, the sister meeting with her before he says, I have to interview her. He didn't give did he give the time? And then she says, I'm with her. Like, what, she went in right afterwards, or I don't know, could have been days later, whatever, but it was before he met with her. And then she asks about the gift. Like that, the timing of that request, to me, I was shocked by it. Like, I was shocked by it. I just assumed that it was like later in the investigation, like at least after they interviewed, she met with him, and she felt like, if you're going to try to say it was something like that, it was like, oh, he was so compassionate and he really wants to fight for justice for, you know, John. I don't know, some kind of nonsense. Like, why would that be happening before you've even spoken? Like, you're already buying a gift? Yeah, sister said something that made her really happy. That's in my opinion.
Yeah, I just think when I came in, based on what they brought out in openings and just what I've seen, like I thought they're going to make Proctor look like a piece of shit, which they have, obviously. But what I think what you're pointing out is not only are they making him look like a piece of shit, but they're connecting him to the family or the people there. They're connecting him to his boss. He's texting his boss and is liking his messages. He is bringing all these people in to the shenanigans. Like, that's what, when I said, you know, yesterday or Monday, I'm like, this is way worse than I thought it was. He makes it questionable for everyone else. I don't know. Like, he's bringing everyone into his bullshit.
Well, I saw people on social media were able to get a response from either the I don't know if it was like the Troopers Association or who, that at least there was an internal investigation. What in the hell ever happened to the supervisors? I mean, were they at least reprimanded? I mean, it's like they can't pretend they give a shit if they didn't do anything about it. Like, the fact that the supervisors are in that, I surely hope that something was done. I mean, I have a feeling nothing
But he's
was
still
done.
active, right? I don't think they're not like was anything done? I don't.
I don't know if she wouldn't let them ask. I kind of remember something now that I'm thinking about it in Emotion and Lemonade. But I can't say for sure that maybe there was something, and maybe she didn't let them ask about it, because I did think it was strange that they didn't ask Trooper B. Like, I heard Bob saying that, you know, well, it wasn't in evidence, but I think they could have refreshed his memory with it and it not be evidence. So there must have been a reason why they decided not to ask him about it. Maybe I think it's probably they wanted the full impact, like it all to come out, like no tickler.
I updated the tickler.
Like that they weren't going to get any. I think that's why he did it. Like he wanted them to just hear it the first time and be like floored.
I'm trying to determine right now if Bob is frozen there.
No, he's looking down.
There he is. All right. I don't know. He hadn't moved for a long time. He's probably
I moved in for a bit. I couldn't find a plug and extension cord to get.
Now you know why his neck's so big.
Come in charge for a bit because I like the birds. I'm going back up to the birds.
Do you guys know if? Oh, you're in Atlantic City?
No, I'm still at Lauren's. Erica just is meeting Lauren, so they're picking.
Oh, I thought you said I'm going back to the burbs.
No, the birds.
Birds.
Oh, outside. Yeah, it's much
There's
nicer.
sanctuary out there. That's amazing.
Yeah,
the birds are very serene.
Does anyone know if the defense is calling? What was the name of the cop that said, "Oh, it was it wasn't broken or any there was a chip or whatever he said." You know his name? Was he on the list for the defense? Because I was thinking, I wonder if the defense was going to call him again. I don't know. I felt like they didn't do as much with him as they could, but I guess he said exactly what they wanted and they didn't want to take a chance that he changed it.
Barrows.
But he might have been on there just in case they did. Like we list everybody they list. Like when we do ours, everybody they list. Because the person that they don't call, then you're like, wait, what? Huh?
So, Allie, I have a question for you. What is it like for you? Like, you're sitting there busting your ass. These guys, Bob and Scout are out there.
It's horrible. This is like literally. So I grew up on the beach, and that's like my happy spot. And because we're out here, I treasure the time with the kids on the beach. And it's like this week in particular is like, it's when my nieces and nephews are there. They're only there because they go away for summer. So they're only there like this week, but they were supposed to go to Italy this year. So we didn't plan for it. And then they stayed home. So
are you going to be able to get out there at all?
It seems like not. I've got a hearing on Friday, and then I just figured, well, I'll go see the baby and do some of that.
This is why you guys have to like this stream, get this out there, because we got to get Allie to make this her full-time gig. She could just, I don't know, Mods, if you could, I don't see, oh, there it is. It's gone.
So true.
So like the stream, get it out there. We've had almost 1,000 people watching us today. We really appreciate it. If you could share it out, tell your friends, scan the code behind Allie's left shoulder there, and check out the pod, download that. We got to get Allie, so this is her full-time gig, so then she can do all these things. So she doesn't have to deal with the nonsense
real world
that she has to deal with every day as an attorney, criminal defense attorney. The stuff we're watching right now, basically.
Yeah. If there was a question that well, let's see. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, if you guys have any questions for Bob or Allie, let us know.
Doctoring on this. Oh, so if there's someone, and then we'll go to Candace, that can tell me, I feel like, am I insane about those Sallyport videos? I don't understand why the one side on the left, like there was no explanation for that, was started at 550 something, B looked like that to the point that it got like an old television. Like I don't understand how, like, where's the judge on this? Like the gatekeeper, I don't get it. It's maybe I'm missing something, because that just seems so bizarre to me. Thoughts on what the fallout will be with this Proctor guy, or even the Albert detective? Will we know what happened? And federal investigations take forever, and they're probably not arresting anyone in the middle of a trial period. I've seen them take people from the state trials over to take them to the feds, but maybe part of it was they're waiting to see how they're going to testify. Who knows? I mean, it's sort of like how Lally kept asking, were you near or did you touch? I mean, that's why you're not supposed to have a compound question. That's the reason why there's no compound questions. This whole, well, did you know or have a relationship with? No, I didn't have a relationship with. Did you know or did you have a relationship with? No, I didn't have a relationship with. Like, he just kept saying it like it was normal. And it's the same thing Lally did with the tail light. Like, did you go near, touch, or tamper with? And that's why the judge says things like ask it differently. It's because there's no basis for an objection spoken. She's got to give the lawyer a window into what she's thinking, so they know how to get around it without having to come up for a sidebar. Everybody seems very quiet today. Why? What's going on, Bob?
Oh, I'm texting or I'm tweeting at the weirdos.
Well, maybe let's not do that.
No, I'm doing that. You guys can have you're a brilliant woman. Have a Jason.
Oh, thanks, Dave.
Brilliant guy. You guys can absolutely have a conversation for 5 minutes while I handle this. I have zero doubt. I have all the world. You guys can do that.
All right,
well,
so
no one's making any sound effects. I'm like,
well, you yell at me for making sound effects.
Only Clark one.
Creed doesn't like sound effects. Get off the soundboard. What's wrong with you? You guys been talking.
Just when you're.
It's definitely preposterous.
It's just when I'm talking. It's just when we have some testimony going on. Well, thank you guys for being here. We have almost, again, like I said, it's awesome. We have almost 1,000 people watch. By the way, are you guys? I don't want to actually. I'm not going to ask you because I don't want to put you on the spot. But you guys, I'll text you. So what else is going on today? If you're coming in late, let me just tell you, we got a 20-minute break. Alan Jackson is just eviscerating Trooper Proctor. He has a full notebook. Let me ask you, Allie, do you think he should take the whole day? Do you think he'll be done before
I don't
the
know.
end of the day?
I'm trying to think what else he can really even cover.
He hasn't
with
really
it.
done any of the investigation, other than the text messages, the video and that type of stuff, or the statements he took. He hasn't gone into any of that. He's really just been hammering home these messages.
I mean, I don't know if I would even get into something dry after you do that. Like, why? You're not even worthy of asking. I could care less what happened in your. But I find it very interesting. Well, there's two things. Look, he put it in his notes, and every cop knows in a murder investigation and any investigation that they might get your notes, but especially, at least out here, if it's a murder investigation, we're entitled to their handwritten notes. And they preserve them. So if he wrote on there that Colin left at 12:10, because at first I found that really suspicious. I'm like, you're kidding me. They're all in the room, all of them. And no one says, well, Colin was here, but he left shortly after they got there, or something like that, that it didn't make the notes that Colin was there. But it could have been that he decided afterwards to leave Colin out and he was already, on the notes. But I have seen notes with things crossed off where we were able to establish, they changed something that was documented somewhere else that was very suspicious that they were trying to hide. So, I mean, if he really, really was trying to keep Colin out of it, he would have just scribbled and wrote something else over it. It's notes you could scribble in a normal case.
Let me ask you this, Allie. Here's what I'm curious. What would it have been like for you if you're investigating this case or you're handling the case in the defense and you get those text messages? What Bob has said, he never in his career has he ever. Go ahead.
Sorry. It would be I'd feel like we were having a party for sure.
How long would you be just as we can see, he's just going through this with a fine tooth he has a binder.
I thought he was over. There got to a point where I thought he could have stopped, and I didn't like him using the C word over and over because it was making it almost like I don't know.
Like he
Kind
enjoyed
of taking the
saying it.
sting out of the fact that they, it's like you only need to hear. He could have said it one other time, or he could have. I in his mind, I know they obviously made a conscious decision to say it outright, but I don't know that it was necessary because it's sort of like you want the word to be so shocking that you don't even like to say it, kind of thing, So him saying it is like. I mean, it's
Takes
not
out the sting of it, takes out the
a little
effect
bit.
of it. By the way, Bob, the chat is all over you right now to take care of your neck and not be.
No, I'm good. I feel pretty good.
Well, I just told you, just look.
Thank you guys, though. I appreciate
Look,
your.
no one can see if my phone was there. But then I thought, like, when he moved on finally to, was it Jen or the gift, whatever it was, I was like, finally, because I thought he dragged it out like a little too much. Where they might have been like, all right, we get it now. But he might just keep going with there's probably other stuff in there that they didn't bring out, the text wise, and maybe the timing of when and where they got places. Nobody's done the video with him yet?
I don't know. Well, no, not Alan. I forget. It seems like forever ago. Did he do it on direct? That's a good. Definitely not on cross, but I'm
right.
I'm blanking on direct. And I just gotta thank MJ, our awesome mod, who just sent a $10 Venmo. One day I'll win the lotto and hook you up. You the best, MJ. Thank you so much.
Love MJ.
She's awesome. Guys, check your text. I just sent you a question. I just want to make sure. I don't want to Okay, then I won't. All right, making sure. All right, guys. So they went. I think they should be back any second now. I got my eyes on the feed. As soon as they go live, we will go back. They took like a 20-minute break. We are still on the cross of Proctor Trooper, and it is if you're coming in late, oh boy, it has been all we expected.
So do we know, without going back, and maybe someone in the stream knows, but only answer if like like you've gone back and verified what time? Because so when search started the search, I can't remember if he said that the 3 people showed up and then they searched, or if if they were searching when they showed up. Why not ask him why I didn't wait for the pathologist report before declaring? I mean, he almost had him on the ropes there, Michael, because he was like, well, why did you say it was up in the air? I think he should have let him say it a couple more times about how, well, we didn't have the big pieces yet, so we weren't, we really weren't sure that we didn't have everything. The more he would have said that, and then when it would have made it seem like what he was calling suspicious might have actually been something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think so, Jennifer. I think that thing's going to be radio silent, the Delphi case.
Well, we have.
Yeah, somebody had asked that she thought there might be Delphi.
Well, because we did get that response from the state.
Yeah, meow, no doubt. Oh my God, there's the 20 people who don't care anything about the case. All they bitch about is Turtle Boy, ever.
Well, I don't think.
Oh, we care about the O'Keefes. I'm like, if you cared about the O'Keefes, then this testimony should outrage you. If you truly cared about the victims' families, this testimony right here should outrage you.
Yeah, see, I don't know who people are, so when I'm responding, it's
there's like this 20 people on Twitter that content. There's like 20 of them.
By the way, Allie, I see you're starting to use social media more. Let me just say, stop it. You were in a safe place. You're getting on there now. I know Bob wants you on there defending it, but don't get it.
I really don't. Like,
no, I know you. I'm just saying, Allie. for your mental health.
Right,
Don't get like sucked into there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get back off the Twitter machine. It's crazy. But I wanted to go on and like say something with tagging them, like hello,
You mean
hello,
the
hello.
Massachusetts
Yeah.
PD, right? Yeah.
I should have researched better before I started it, all the other possibilities of things that I could have.
Rachel was at that hilarious picture of the person on their laptop in the ocean. I saw it. It was awesome. It was really funny. She's like, I caught Bob on like something to the effect I found Bob on vacation or something. Like, this is what Bob's doing on vacation. Like, there's a person that's got their laptop in their hand standing in the ocean. It's pretty good. I'm assuming that's Rachel.
I see Raul is here. Did you guys see the update on Rex Sherman? Additional from the latest the pictures?
No.
So someone and Raul will. By the way, you make sure you're following Catch List on Twitter to get this information. And it's all over the news on my local news, News 12. They have pictures. They found pictures of Rex Sherman at like a shooting club or a gun range. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Right in Manorville, right where they found Jessica Taylor's body, right around when she went missing.
Wow.
And there's picture like it's like a gun. They're all like lined up and shooting, and they got all these crazy guns. And they found these pictures of him right at that exact timeline.
I mean,
it doesn't like they need it anymore, but I mean,
Right.
it's just weird to see him at like hanging out with people at this gun club or whatever it was.
Hey, look, man, you can never have enough evidence. Like,
yeah, I guess,
more than you have, the better. Every piece just removes any kind of there's any doubt. Like, you want to be in a place where there's no doubt at all.
Right. Because you got like, every time they're on vacation. I mean, was it really every time?
No doubt. You know what I mean? So yeah, like all of it is huge.
Jen coming in hot with $50 super chat. Thank you so much.
Wow.
And
Thank you.
Thank you. You're so sweet. Always
So,
do.
I've been trying to avoid because I really want to be paying attention to what's going on in that RICO trial. Like I did it that
Allie,
one night
holy
and paid
crap.
attention to the
Babe,
contempt thing.
we gotta, dude. It is like unbelievable what's happening over there. Jay was kind of filling me in. I caught some of it because I was traveling yesterday. Like this whole thing with Steele and the this judge.
I can tell you. I mean, if you want a little bit, how much do you know, Allie? How much?
Well, I saw that they had this. Oh, they're back. Is that what's happening? Oh no.
Yeah.
That they had an ex parte communication. I was starting to try to look up the law in Georgia. I'm like, under what circumstances can you have an ex parte communication? I'm like, why do they keep talking about it like it's normal?
He was more pissed that someone ratted him out. That's what he was upset.
I know. That's why I was just like, this guy, and he didn't care. He kept saying, "An appellate court will decide. An appellate court will decide." Like, I'm done with you.
That, by the
All
way,
right,
is
Mr.
day
Jackson, whenever
88
you're
of that
ready.
trial, or it
Thank
was
you.
day 88 of that trial.
Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that, because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Lally were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school, or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school, for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes,
Who is that?
it was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please?
Man, he's got a.
First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623,
Did he call him off?
Your Honor, may I publish?
No, don't worry
Is
about
there
it.
any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you may. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
For assistance from Canton PD officers,
Yes,
whom you knew to be recused.
yes,
Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
So would you go there? Nah.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes,
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras
Wow.
or the cameras from Canton High School?
no, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in
Did
your
you list
report
them?
that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes,
And you're aware,
Where's that?
obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
yes,
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
correct.
I'll add it to the list of things I don't write down. Okay.
Did he say?
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are
Pause it and ask
responsible
your
ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned
Come on.
yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort.
Put it on the
a group
list to
decision.
ask later.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final
Answer
decisions
it.
on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature.
That facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
I thought she was at
Caitlin
the
Albert
house.
Was interviewed July 6th, 2023.
Wait a second.
Correct?
Pause it a
Yes.
second.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
What?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th,
You can't pause it?
2023. Right?
Yes, sir.
Ally McCabe, August of 2023. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident. Correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxon, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later. Correct?
Correct.
All right, that's actually, my math is off. That's about 18 months later. Is that right?
Correct.
I did the same. He had no
Richard
idea
D'Antano,
when anything was collected.
September
But there's a
2nd,
picture.
2023. Is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2020.
Hey, was that Jay? So Jay did that?
Yeah, you want me to pause it?
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, I thought some of those names he said, Sarah McLaughlin, or no, maybe not.
Levinson.
What?
Levinson.
Yeah, was in
Was
the
it-
house.
She was.
So the first time he was in the house with her and he didn't interview her, he lists her name and he didn't talk to her.
Right. She was one of Brian Albert Jr.'s two friends that were over. I want to go back to the video. Can you all let me know in chat? Because I couldn't hear over me eating peanuts. When they talked about the video from the gas station, did they say that it caught a kid? It's like this.
He
the
said
kid
on a
was-
different occasion, the
Oh, a different
camera
kid.
was so
That's-
good, they were able to like catch a kid doing it. Doesn't matter what the point was that it.
Yeah. So that's all I needed to know. I didn't know if they were talking about that night. Like insinuating it was Colin walking back to school. All right.
Why would he not talk to them when he's there? I mean, that's again.
Wait, you're asking questions on like why they didn't like everything's why they didn't do anything. Why didn't they do it? It begs the question. Like this case is over. Like there's no way a jury's convicting Karen Reed. And Dr. Bullbutter made like a very interesting comment. She said, if Karen Reed did this is evil. So that's an interesting concept. Now, if they knew that their client had done it, what do you think? Do you think this form of defense would be evil?
If they knew,
If
that she
Yannetti
had
and
done it.
Jackson knew, which they can't know, because my bottom line is I don't think Karen Reed has any clue
who would happen that night?
what happened that
Right.
night. That is the reality. I think that she was blackout drunk. I think that she has no idea what happened that night, and that they're all trying to put it together. And you know, like there's not going to be any definitive proof.
I'm not sure whether it goes above. I don't know that they would be within their ethical rights to
Knowingly put out knowingly put out a false narrative.
Well, I mean, they can knowingly, like, if they weren't, I don't know that they could put on the third party evidence but I think they could still challenge where he checked and who he looked but
Yeah,
not
they still challenge the investigation always. You know, always
right.
We go forward with third party culprit thing if they had actual knowledge that Karen had done it.
I don't think that they could. I mean,
Right.
I'd have to revisit the rules because that's unlike what many people think of defense attorneys, not something that we are accustomed to doing. But at the same time, you know, most lawyers don't ask the clients if they did it. But it seems to me that she's been very adamant and that might have been what's driven them to really, really look into certain things, you know, to look into everything, because she must have been.
Well, I think what led them to that is the fact that the injuries do not match
Right.
the fact that this man would have been hit with a 6,000-pound SUV. That's like your base point. That's where you start. If you got a client that honestly, like, and if anybody's ever been blackout drunk, you do not remember shit. I can tell you, I was a professional blackout drunk. Lally will attest. Like, that's why I gave up drinking 4.5 years ago. I was over that. Like, Lally would be like, "Oh, you remember? Let's go to the second bar." I'm like, I have no memory of that whatsoever. It's a real thing. So if I'm going to assume that she just, if she drank 9 drinks, she's blackout drunk. She's rail thin. She's got MS. She's not remembering shit. She should not have been driving. Like I keep saying, the only thing that they've proven in this case to me is that she should have been, convicted of a DUI.
Right, from the bar to the house.
Any recollection. So if you've got a client that honestly doesn't know because they can't remember, then you have to look at the evidence. And the first thing that you're looking at in this case is the injuries sustained by John O'Keefe are not consistent. And I'm no doctor, but I do have common sense. In 25 miles an hour, just have your husband or wife drive by the house at 25 miles an hour and try to run up and keep track with it, and tell me if you think that's slow.
A Nook can do it.
Tell me if a dog can do it. Tell me if you'd be willing to stand in front or behind that car and getting hit at 25 miles an hour if you don't think that's.
Well, what it really begs the question is, if Higgins' car were where he said it was, how in the hell could she even have done it? She'd have to have gotten so. Oh, well, he said he was back, so they wouldn't have been. They both said they were in the same spot, but Higgins was very adamant that he was like, his tire went right to the back of the driveway. Like,
All right, let's dig in. Let's go.
17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky. Is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's the statement.
I
In
don't know
reality,
why, if he actually
Trooper
testified.
Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
You
Absolutely.
didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn?
Honor.
So the objection sustained, I'm going to strike.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time
Did
you've
the
been
guy
in charge of this
testify already?
investigation about Lucky Loughran and his
And
observations?
what's her issue?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
Wow.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate
That's shocking.
All potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Even on this case, they didn't even take him off the lead
Yes.
of this case,
You're
just so he
obligated
could
to
testify.
investigate anybody
That was
who would
more
have
important.
a motive, a means, and an opportunity
Or
to commit the
not
crime
sound bad when he
or the offense,
testified.
correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Huh, wow.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, great. She wants him to repeat that.
What
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
him.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
It's
No one saw. So what are you going to say?
something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were going to make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called it, the girl was going to have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we had compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Lally's going to come back, clear that up.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill?
No, he should have asked
John O'Keefe?
one at a time. The motive, the means. He should have stuck with that and the opportunity.
Yes. And that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case.
Why is he
right?
saying it like it's true?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He's malfunctioning.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding was Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not
How would you
uncommon
know?
for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
How would anyone
Objection.
else bring a
Allow it.
self-extraction?
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil. I'm
your
sorry,
answer
go
was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
ahead. Correct.
People
So
bring
you became
screenshots,
aware
though.
pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this
You just said
flirtatious
romantic
relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at Sidebar on this.
See, he should have pressed a little more, because when he said in a romantic relationship, the witness answered, or a fight in the car. So he didn't actually say yes, although I think he would have to if he pushes him as far as motive. And
At
then
2:20 a.m.,
Go ahead. I pause.
oh, I was just going to say he did the same thing with and I can't remember what it was now, but I mentioned it before, where I thought he should have dug in a little bit deeper. Oh, when he sent the text that says, you know, it's suspicious, but wasn't a homicide yet, or something like that, that he could have pushed that a little bit more and then asked his next question, because, you know, it's kind of a thing, like why he didn't do that.
Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian
Didn't look
Higgins
at
certainly had the
anything
means
other than
to
Karen.
commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
Yes.
He's a big
What?
guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
And his car was
Objection.
in the same
allow that.
spot when they were there.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't
Just
mean
to
doesn't
start
have
with
the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
They
I
asked
wouldn't
about
ask you about
means.
motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he
Yes.
throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one
This is
interview,
what you
yes.
Yeah,
do
he's
for a
huge.
living.
Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than
Okay,
me.
well, let's assume it was a
right?
car. He had one of those, right?
Yeah.
You're saying it was
Bigger
a
than
car.
you.
He had one
Yep.
of those.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
It was definitely horsing around.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
It's my opinion.
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone,
Is
correct?
he going to ask him
No.
what is
You didn't seek a
the
search warrant
blue
to get
line
his phone. Is
and
that
blue
right?
line or the
No,
code
sir.
of silence?
Did you know that on
Sorry.
January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important
Wow,
to
you
your
didn't look at
investigation, don't you think?
That's right.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
True.
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was
Oh,
about.
sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was, so
Right.
Isn't that your
And you know
job?
facts, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place.
Because you didn't even review the records.
Oh, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were
So you didn't-
unaware of that call at that time because you didn't see his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Right. The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
She
That's
also
correct.
wouldn't
If you
rule
agree
it. I
that
thought he
that's
was going to
obviously a
say
pretty
that.
significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He's going to ask you how often it happens. So
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
really, what if she would have ruled it
You
an
obviously
accident?
were not pleased with that you were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G is in golf.
Babe, I got to go. But when they take a break or whatever, there was someone who wanted to contact us, have them DM you to get my email or whatever.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think
You
I shared
have that in
an
front of
email
you,
with the monster
Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, right?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scorti-Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Oh, he might be done.
Well, it has a moment. I got to thank Holly Ann Crow, who sent me a $10 Venmo. Thank you.
Me
She said,
too.
thanks for all you do. She said, thanks for all you do and keeping Scouts secret. Thank you, Holly Ann.
Yeah, Holly sent me one too. She said, I gotta figure out which one is it.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scorti-Bello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scorti-Bello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
A sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
Wow. Dude.
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked
He's
the question. So
malfunctioning.
first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time. It was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course. It's an, of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification?
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for a
I'm
minute,
sorry.
please?
We'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Mechanic.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Yeah, right, dude.
Wow.
Good luck with
Ultimately,
that shit.
did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but.
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
Yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe.
Oh,
You're
boy.
aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Sallyport extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Oh, God.
Not that area, meaning,
No.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Sallyport report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Dude, this is like.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Sallyport report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone abstraction on it.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, nah, Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
You could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III.
All right, thank you.
Then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview, with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mulaney and Seraph.
Look at page 2592. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mulaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered, we did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind?
never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were doing?
Typically don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? That
No,
was your answer, right?
no,
What did you say?
that we didn't use it.
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes, it's been 4 minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews. With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Because then
Trooper
we can't be
Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
Once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking
Oh, there it is.
right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that. 5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking you to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall,
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Wow.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that on 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't know.
I'm not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
And gun.
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser.
Oh.
Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
So the answer would be yes.
This
Trooper.
dude is destroyed.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Oh boy. Oh my lance.
Okay, say it.
Or may I publish?
Yes.
From statistics, please. Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection that the two of you had been out drinking the night before? He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Oh, the silence is deafening.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right. And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to at the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Objection. Can this please be over? Objection.
Take a look at that.
Mhm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That a photograph of you. I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
So if I can have this marked and omitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 568.
568? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
We ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes. First, the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The t-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants?
Yes,
And you see to the leftmost portion of the screen, a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating, during the course of your investigations?
Yes,
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
yes,
Pens, paper?
correct.
All right. We can take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in this pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went. So Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so we could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Oh, I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah. So I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As a case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
Careful. Careful.
8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created and it generates the time and date that a label is created And then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, or a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh,
This is the Massachusetts State Police.
oh my.
This is
Man.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Shit.
People that don't understand
You were
chain of
responsible for
custody,
seizing
this
Reed's
evidence
car,
is all
correct?
junk.
Yes.
They can't prove.
And you originally
when they found
claimed
it.
that
Where they
seizure took
found it.
place at 5:30 p.m. Is that
man.
right?
Correct.
Ridiculous.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
or received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time.
Yes.
Call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah, Susan, I
Um,
know. I'm still outraged though. My outrage has not dissipated at all.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD to the Sallyport garage before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
But you're the case officer.
Careful.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
Ooh, tough
It wasn't my
question.
decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Yeah.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Bullshit.
Jackson.
Answer
Was it
that
Sergeant
question.
Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
Wow.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that
Stunning.
Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Just hold me on.
Yes.
Oh God, dude, it's like this weird part of me actually feels sorry for this guy. I mean, he is just getting destroyed.
Trooper Proctor, you were the lead case officer on this case.
Oh my God.
That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Oh, I'm not falling for it, Pebbles. Don't worry.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Pause it,
Okay.
Jay.
Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but
Everyone calm down. I think Proctor's a giant piece of shit. I'm just saying, like, any time that I see, like, if you take away that this guy's a giant piece of shit, this guy is just getting murdered on the set. Like I said, like Alice and I waited for 20 plus years of our career to be able to just flamethrow a cop like that. I've like, this is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Have you ever seen anything like this, Jay? In all your years of trial observation of you?
No, this, I mean, no.
Dude, it's like, this is the incompetence, the just the amount of lying. Like, I mean, how can you think anything other than something went down here with these cops, man? I mean, like, am I
Impossible.
crazy? Am
It's
I
impossible.
crazy?
And he just when you think he's like he's done, he brings up something else that's even worse than he just brought up. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. I mean,
yes, Susie. People still give me a little side. You feel sorry for this piece of shit? Look, I'm like,
well, you're just an empath.
I am the total empath, but like, this is exactly what needs to be happening right now. Like, this is, I mean, now you know why Lally did everything in his power to avoid putting this guy on the stand. And like, I want you to try to imagine how difficult this would have been if Jackson was having to direct and ask permission to treat him as hostile. It's just an entirely different thing. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The maneuvers that were made to force Lally into putting this guy, knowing all this shit's coming in, on the stand, goes to the brilliance of the way that they put this defense together. And it started from the opening statement, and it went all the way through, planting the Proctor seeds, all the way through all the testimony. They had no choice but to put this guy on to just get his ass handed to him. He destroyed the case. This guy destroyed the case. We will never get to the truth in this case because of this dude. That's facts. All right, let's watch the bloodletting some more.
Thank you, Shiraz, for the 10 memberships.
Oh yeah, and Meg P, $25 Venmo. Jay, I never
Thank
get
you.
Venmos, and today I've had 2 Holly Ann with a $10 Venmo. She said, boardwalk stuff for Scout. I promise you that I will use it for exactly that. We love her being on the stream. Aw, I love that. Like, you guys, like, you have
The
no
best.
idea how much I love that you allow me to have one of the most important people to me in the world sharing what I do. So thank you for being so cool about it all the time. Because I know that I've seen like people like, oh, where's your kid? Like, you guys are just amazing humans. It makes me want to cry, honestly. And Meg P, a $25 Venmo, GTL, brother, Jim Tan Laundry. It's t-shirt time. Gotta love the Jersey Shore quotes. Thank you so much, Meg. You're amazing.
Thank you, guys. And I'll continue. Before I do, I just have to say, Bob, you just gave that little analogy about the seeds of Proctor. For me, when in my head, I started thinking of like a cornfield and a bunch of little Proctors growing out of the cornfield. Because I'm mental, but I'm going to continue.
Spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Yes, Claire.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
You guys are so awesome.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, which sort of mainly black and grainy,
Yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question. Are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
Objection. Can I withdraw, please?
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
Donna, how's it?
I'll see you at sidebar if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, like why is she sustaining that? Is she saying he doesn't have personal knowledge? I mean, why can't he answer the question? Don't start backing down now, Bev. Let's go. Let him answer the question. This is pretty big shit right here. This is
You reviewed the video.
Go ahead, Baba. You want me to pause it?
no. She told him how to cure it.
The grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area
Foundational.
of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir. That
Did
was.
you make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
I'm optimistic that yes. And Yannetti.
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, month ago.
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person? Did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the
Now we know who
video
it is.
missing some footage.
The
correct?
chief.
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay. And you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
So anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp in the bottom was inversed. It was like reversed.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was it was backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay.
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
Uh-oh, I think this is new. I think he's just... That wasn't yellow on the video. It was blue, wasn't it? The video that we saw?
Yes.
I feel like he's just learning this real time.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it was Wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Shit.
What?
Holy shit.
Well,
So then who fixed it?
What?
Who edited it?
were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
Oh my God.
Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Yeah, last night.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our lunch and break.
Okay, thank you.
This guy's like, oh my God. He's like, I've been sitting in this shit on depend undergarment for like 4 hours. Like, there's
Why
so
don't we do
much shit in my
45 minutes?
defense right now?
All right.
Oh, God, dude.
You are muted.
Like I said, just when you think it can't get worse, it gets worse each time.
Karen needs to keep a stoic face. Like she can't be there. Like if she's my client, I'm telling her, okay, I know we're winning points right here, but you don't want to come off as like cavalier or cocky to the jury. You know what I mean?
I'm so glad you're saying that, Bob, because I was like, she was very animated. She was almost laughing. She was. I thought the same thing.
Yeah, I'm reminding her constantly, just keep it together. Stone fit. Let us
Mr. Jackson, how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
You're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 40 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Lally, how about you?
20 minutes, half an hour.
So we'll finish with this witness today?
There's not much.
Wow.
Not much you can
All
do
right,
to
have a
fix
good one,
it.
please.
Wow, dude.
Wow.
Wow. Just wow. I'm stunned. It's like, this is the stuff I'm talking about. Like, and Allie had mentioned it, and I had tweeted the same sentiment. I'm like, is disgusting is the stuff that he said about Karen in text messages. It's like, you're never going to beat the initial shock that the jury felt when they heard that the first time. There's no need to beat the jury over the head with that stuff, because you're never going to be able to recreate that initial, like, oh my God, feeling for them. So you don't need to belabor that point. He is just hammering home on the stuff that matters to the investigation itself, that is just absolutely destroying the Commonwealth's case. I mean, like I want to see from our viewers. I hope we didn't lose them. I haven't seen Amy in here today. I want to hear from our viewers that were of the mindset that, or still feel that Karen Reed is guilty. And I want to see her, like, what are you guys thinking of this? Like, because I like the 20 people that are in that weird cult on Twitter, they just ignore that this is going on, and they just talk about Turtle Boy like incessantly.
Well,
I want to hear from other people that like believe that Karen Reed either formally believed or currently still believe that she's like, what impact is this having on you guys? Like, I honestly want to hear from.
I know. I just asked the thread. I was like, does anyone know what stream I need to go to see? I need to know what the guilty people are saying right now.
I mean, I want to know. I want to know. Like,
is it over?
No. He says he's probably got half hour to 40 minutes left, Jackson, and then Lally said he anticipates 20 minutes.
No, I meant, are they done for the day?
No.
No. They're coming back. Before we go any further, Bob, are you plugged in now? Are you good, or do you need to like?
I'm gonna go back out to give us the birds. Yeah, I've been plugged in. I'm fully charged.
Oh, okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
Are you thinking? I think we just like Jay. You want to go eat?
No. I was gonna say if you need to charge, me and Ali can take the 45 minutes, and if you have to charge,
No, I'm gonna go get set back up outside so we can all listen to the serene birds. And just be in like a little bit of like we'll have a little bit of paradise going on around
Plus,
us.
you could sit back and put your head back and take care of your neck. So
thank you, Jay. I love you. I wish I could give you hugs. I love you. All right, I'll see you guys in a minute.
So what are you thinking, Ali? What was to you the biggest? I mean, it's hard for me to like put what the biggest, but it's everything. It's everything.
I was trying to still listen to I didn't hear the end because I was like getting so outraged, and I mean that's like, whoops.
If you want me to go back, I could play it for you.
Literally, like what I feel like, like that happens not to this like extent, but a form of this, sorry, I gotta stick this on do not disturb. And I had a case once where I think I probably told this on a live, but I'll just tell it again because it was like the closest equivalent without talking about like the crap that went on like in Garcia, because it wasn't this. It was, so the offense was caught on camera. The camera was like somebody's phone, and they're like running while someone's getting shot. So like you can't really tell what you're seeing. And this government, it was a federal case. They just kept making up what they were seeing. And then I tried to argue to the judge. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Will you watch this video? What they're saying is not true. Like, I just did not understand why the judges let the state go forward. Like there should be some sort of better process for determining whether there's evidence over and above like probable cause. I mean, I think it's clear from something like this that they need to vet the evidence more. I mean, you can't just let people come into your courtroom and tell a jury what you just know outright is not true. Like we're all just sitting there letting Lally put him on to lie. I mean, I have no idea. Did Lally fix it right away? Did Lally not know it was a problem? Like how all this happens and why the hell the prosecutor's office does not just refuse to prosecute. Like, all right, we screwed up. It's not like you're saying, oh, well, I think this person's innocent, but this is just, it's too much. It's too much. Like if the feds don't charge these people, I'm going to want to scream because no matter what, no matter what, they tampered with everything, every single report, the clocks, the times, there isn't a thing that they haven't screwed up. And it's just like, and the fact that the judge is like, that it even is at trial, it makes me angry.
Yeah, I think you're not alone on that. We can hear Bob getting situated with the birds. So don't worry, folks. Bob will be back in a second. It's a 45-minute break right now. It's so they went at 1. They should be back at let me pause. Let me mute Bob.
How does she even let him get on the stand to say? I mean, I guess they figure it's like not their job. Like if the state wants to come with some awful, horrible case, then the process will do its job. And I mean, all we need is probable cause. But to let him take the stand and say something that's like,
oh, sorry, I was just
yeah.
Okay. No, I was just gonna say we watched the Wade Wilson trial yesterday. There's a verdict right now. Do you mind if we go there, Ali? Just real quick.
Yeah.
Keep going. Let me just.
There's a verdict. See, they were right. 3 or 4 day trial.
2-day death penalty case. 2 days. Let me.
What'd this guy do? Oh, it's the tattoo face guy.
Yeah, he killed 2 women. They were like strangers to him. If you didn't, you could check out my channel if you want to watch We watched day 1 and 2. The verdict is back already. This is a death penalty case. This is just the initial verdict. Thank you for letting me know, Kim. Let's see what happens here.
Did he have any sort of defense?
No defense.
That's the worst when you've got to go to trial with for someone that like there's no reason to be going, but they want to go to trial.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear that? It's low, but can you hear it?
Not a thing.
Hold on. Does the chat hear anything? Because I can hear it in my headphones, but it's very low. Oh, it was. I think the screen was muted. Let's try now. Can you hear it now?
Count 1.
Yeah.
First-degree murder, Christine Melton. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Count 2. Grand theft motor vehicle. The defendant is guilty of grand theft motor vehicle.
He's like, damn it, they got me on the grand theft.
Battery. The defendant is guilty of battery. Count 4. First-degree murder, Diane Ruiz. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
I've never
Count
heard it like
5.
this.
Burglary of dwelling. The defendant is guilty of burglary of a dwelling. Count 6. First-degree petty theft. The defendant is guilty of first-degree petty theft. Dated 6/12/24. So say we all 4-person.
All right. Does either party wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, please.
All right.
It's
All right, so we don't-
strange. Why did he go to trial? Like, what was he?
It's bizarre. I don't know, Allie. I mean, this is. I'll give you guys, for the folks who didn't watch it with us, I'll just give you a quick details of what happened. This guy picks up a woman.
And how do they know he picks her up?
Well, not picks up. When I say picks up, like he's at a bar. There's other people who are at the bar. When I say pick
Okay,
up, I
so
mean like
he hit on her.
So right, the initial woman they meet at a bar. He goes back to her house with friends. He goes back to one house. They go back anyway. They hook up consensually. Then the friends leave, and this is a woman he just met at the bar that night. In the morning, he wakes up. He strangles her to death, kills her. He wraps her up in like some of the stuff in the house. Takes her car, leaves. Asked his ex-girlfriend to meet him at like this place because he stole her car initially, but then he takes the victims. He calls from the victim's phone, the first victim, and calls his ex-girlfriend, meets her at a place because he wants to like probably kill her. She meets him there because she wants to get her car back, and she won't get in the car with him. He's like, get in this car with me. The first victims, she won't go in front of a bunch of people in public. He is beating the shit out of her, punches her. Blood goes everywhere. Finally, she escapes. So he drives off from there, finds another woman who's just walking. And for some, I don't know the details because I missed this. She gets in the car with him, or he grabs her, kills her, strangles her in the car when he's driving. Then he puts her in his trunk, goes to like a field. She gets out of the trunk. She's still alive, still breathing. He runs over her several times.
Lord.
And we know all this because he calls his dad and confesses to it. He calls his dad and is like, I did something we can't take back. So it's just an awful case. It's a DP case that you just saw was guilty within 2 days of. The defense basically did not put on nothing. There was nothing to do. So sorry for that sidetrack. We could talk about Karen Reed again, but thank you all who watched it with me yesterday and the day before. It's just his dad testified against him in the trial.
Yeah, he probably wanted to and had to. I don't know. Bizarre that he went to, because usually like maybe they wouldn't let him not have the death penalty, so he wanted to just go anyway.
He also tried to fire his attorneys. He also escaped jail at one point. I mean, this guy, he also made a motion to hide his tattoos.
I heard I heard you tell Bob, and then I saw but then he had the tattoos anyway.
Then he just showed his swastikas and his face. He just didn't care. So yeah.
Crazy. So is that true that he's been watching the trial?
Well, he said, yeah, you missed that at the end. So Proctor I don't know if you saw it. Proctor comes on and he's like, Alan Jackson says, was there anything weird off about it to you other than the skipping? And he's like, well, it was the numbers were inverted. The yellow numbers were inverted. And he's like, did you watch? He asked him, he's like, the defense provided a video where we flipped it. He's like, he's like, yeah, I did watch that. So
he should have asked him before he told him that. Like, where did you see that video? And then let him lie. So the judge didn't say anything when that happened, or is that when they broke?
It was right when they broke. It was right around there when they broke.
Let's go back and see if that's.
You want to see it? Let's go.
I just want to see that part to see, is she gonna discipline her, or she just let it go? because that's not, they've got to be talking right now about what they're doing about curing instruction or something.
Except I'm getting a message now that I'm getting this message from StreamYard that my browser has lost connection to screen share audio. I don't understand why this is.
You want me to do it?
You want to try? Maybe it'll work for you.
Oh, I was trying to get on a
Babe.
family plan so that our
Babe.
Or I could just refresh.
Oh, good. Is Bob there? He can do it.
I only have
No, he
the
can't.
one.
I could do it, but I'm gonna have to refresh so you guys will just be on. Hopefully, when I refresh my entire browser, it'll so you guys.
Okay, we got it.
All
So,
right,
babe, you were
So I feel so
Okay.
guilty.
You're having water ice?
No.
Oh.
What do you love much more than water ice?
I mean, I don't want to taste
Only
the cake.
get
Is that what
good.
you're eating?
No way. What's our favorite thing?
Cheesesteak.
No. What
All right.
can we not get in Chicago that we love?
Oh, whitefish.
I'm sorry. I feel so bad. It's really good whitefish salad too.
Wow. What are you eating it on? I thought you were like, you're eating a tasty cake? Like on
Nice little
tomatoes?
tomato.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I have to go off. So
You got to put young onions on there too.
They're here. They're here.
Okay.
I'm trying not to make it terrible for you.
Yeah, nobody wants to watch you eat off of an onion and a tomato.
That's for sure. That's gospel.
I wish I
No one needs to
had
see
an onion
that.
and tomato with whitefish.
Fish and onions. That sounds gross to me. But
Yeah, I was like, you got a cheesesteak without the bread. It took me.
Who got
took me
a
a
Bob got a
minute to get
cheesesteak without the? Oh, right.
there. No, he
doesn't.
didn't. He ended up. He's eating whitefish without the bagel.
All right. So you want me to try to? This should work now. Let's see what we're. Wait, why is there? Oh no. Do you got? Well, oh, it's because it's muted. That's why. There you go, Jay. You idiot.
I'll allow that.
No. Okay. So when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it. Pardon me. You had access to the video.
Yes.
It was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disk.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? Yes. That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat.
Wow.
Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's
That's
there.
not what
I
he's getting at. Come on.
believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
towards like the rear. Yeah.
Towards the rear
where
what?
you were.
Yes.
Was he the person? Did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
And where were you standing?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and
In
Chief
relation
Berkowitz
to
are
the
both
car.
toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes,
So
What side of the car are you standing on?
anything else you noticed?
Here it is. Here's the part.
Other than the time skips?
He doesn't know that they know already. You can tell.
so the timestamp in the bottom was inversed. Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was it was backwards.
Was that the only thing that was backwards?
Is it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left. Okay.
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
And when did you watch this? He should be trying to trick him up with this, I would hope.
Oh, don't worry. He gets.
Yes.
He's right now. He's like, wait a second, because I'm pretty sure the it was blue, like he said. It wasn't yellow.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
Was anything else inverted?
But the video itself, is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it was wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well,
why would he
be
be
watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct?
No, it's not.
And that
Why was he
timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
Oh boy, Jesus.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our lunch and break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's how they ended it.
All right,
Yeah.
jurors.
Because she's got an issue now. We're gonna have to voir dire his ass.
Objection. I hate this case.
Wow, I feel like Lally could have gotten him a little better there. Like I feel like
Lally or Jackson?
Jackson, sorry, could have gotten him there. Like he wasn't gonna admit that the thing was reversed. If we asked him maybe where he was standing, was he standing on the left or the right side of the Sallyport? What side of the car? Because he said he was on the left. So, yeah, that would have been correct. If he's on the left.
Huge. So A to Z, member for 8-month OG. Huge Defense Diaries fan, but becoming a huge Ask Jay fan. You're awesome, Jay. Also, working for an insurance company will make you an atheist.
That's true.
Here,
Thank
here.
you so much, A to Z. I really appreciate that.
We appreciate you so much.
I mean, what is
Allie,
happening?
Check Coffin Efforts doubling down. Let's go through some. Let's hear what she
Oh
has to
Lord!
say.
So she has not been doing like what the judges do with the witness, like the judges did in Vallow and Lori. Have you watched any of the thing? She hasn't been asking that, right? No. I mean, he knows better. He's a cop. Otherwise, he has to answer who gave him that video. If you didn't go online and watch the trial, who gave it to you? I mean, he's screwed right now. And I wonder if I would venture to guess she did not let him off the stand. Like they left for lunch.
Objection. Can I retire?
She's questioning him right now. She's questioning him. Do we have any boots on the ground? I thought someone said there was someone on the ground. Like, what's going on in the courtroom? Someone tell us. And what's going on with her?
Objection. I think we got a bomb threat, Your Honor.
So Coffindoffer sees nothing wrong with what's happening in the courtroom.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
I have no idea. I'm blocked.
Oh.
What she's saying.
Then
Somebody
how
in
do
our
you know
team-
this?
Somebody in our board said that she's doubling down.
Oh. Well, does someone in here have some? Do we have anybody on there that we can figure out what's going on? Is Turtle Boy there? We could check on his stuff. Coffin.
But
How do you spell her
we
name?
know we're like, I want to hear what the Karen Reed.
I'm just wondering what's going on in the courtroom right now. That's what
They're eating
wondering.
lunch. Bev's
No
not-
way.
Yeah.
There is no way. I don't think that she suffers no fools. You think she's going to let somebody violate just
I
openly?
don't think Judge Bev is skipping lunch for anybody.
Well, maybe.
Ever. She's like, you know what? I've sat up on this bench listening to this guy's bullshit for the last 4 hours. I'm going to get a mediocre chicken palm. I'm going to relax in my chambers. I'm going to have the air blast me in the face. I might watch an episode of Golden Girls, and then I'll be back on the bench. That's it. Get out of my courtroom.
Look at this super nice comment. Jay, Bob, and Lally. I'm a 20-something girlie on medical leave from grad school in Boston, battling through sickness, and your guys' humor reminds me of home. Thank you for all you do. I love this community. Hammy, we love you're here. Thank you so much for that kind
We
comment.
love you, Hammy, and I've seen every one of your wonderful comments. Like all the Scout love just goes straight to my heart and gives it huge hugs. It's like it touches me so much. You guys are we have such an amazing community. It's like unbelievable to me.
Yes, thanks, Hammy. Sorry, I was looking at this coffin daffer thing. It's just like she's an FBI agent. I mean, I don't know what time this was. Is this before some of them? 4 hours ago. So that's before today.
We have a lot of our viewers asking this question. Like Judge Bev is not going to say this is a sham, I'm shutting it down.
But she's going to do something about what he just did.
That's not what they're asking. They're asking, they're talking about the motion for directed verdict or finding.
She could. She very well could.
You think that in the middle of the Commonwealth?
No. She's got to do it at the end.
They
could request a mistrial. This is out of hand.
But that's a different thing.
Right. Well, maybe they should request a mistrial.
Well,
but I think that they were fine. With you don't want to risk a mistrial and then, no, because then they wouldn't be able to try her again because it would be their fault. But but I think that they've not objected to a lot of this stuff. So, you can't create your own mistrial by not objecting and letting in evidence that is false that you're going to then prove to be false. I don't know. Oh, so anyway, she was just saying it was 4 hours ago. So she's going to have to change her tune.
Who?
Coffin daffer.
Oh, yeah. Well, so that was pre-bloodletting. Yeah.
Yeah. That was just, he's a potty mouth. That's,
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why people who think Karen's guilty can't still say that what he was doing was outrageous and wrong. And that the supervisors being involved in that communication is outrageous and wrong.
I also don't understand why they can't say, yeah, I wish they would have investigated the house and cleared all these people and been in there and made sure there was nothing afoul, that there's no blood on the floor. Then none of this is happening right now.
Right.
Why aren't those people saying that? That the fact that they're not saying that ever gives them zero credibility in my world. Zero. If I'm John O'Keefe's family, I am, and I've said this so many times, I am furious.
Oh, they must be by now.
I am furious with what happened here.
They might be able to sue. I mean, I've never thought people were asking, and I was like, I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, there's sovereign immunity, but I don't know. It's getting outrageous.
Angela, that's what Allie's talking about with that.
Yeah, she knows you weren't here. That's what I didn't know it until I saw Angela's.
Did you guys throw these all up?
No, it was just.
Thank you so much for a total of $10 holos in the last 20 minutes from A to Z. Thank you. We love you. Appreciate you.
And the reason, Lally, that these people are so far.
Witnesses are sequestered. So in the sense that they make you sit out of the courtroom until you can come in, a cop knows he can't do that. Like if it's a lay witness, I don't know if I didn't hear her asking it during lay witnesses anyway, but she probably should have. And she probably told Lally to make sure he instructs all the witnesses that they can't watch any trial coverage. But So I think she'll probably just give some sort of instruction that they can consider the fact that he did this thing that he wasn't supposed to do when they are deciding his credibility and if they believe his testimony. I mean, she's got to. She's got to have to make him even, more untrustworthy than he already is.
Hey, I saw Charlotte Perkin got a fabulous new haircut. I saw, at least
Who's
it
that?
appeared, it's one of our like ride or dies. She posted on Twitter. It looks great. If that is indeed a new haircut, it's at least a new profile pic. I'm assuming maybe a new haircut. Looks great. If not, your new profile pic looks great. Whatever the case.
Where's my sister?
Your sister is working in her office.
Mike?
Like multitasking like a champion. Like she never even left her room. I text her. She's like, pick between these two spots for lunch. I saw kibitz was the whitefish salad spot. I'm like, oh, I'll take a half pound of white potatoes, onions, just to make
pickle?
life
What about a pickle?
super. I got no pickle bay.
Mm.
I'm not complaining though. And then all of a sudden the doorbell rings, and it was like magic. I'm like, wow, you are an incredible multitasker, Lauren.
And Mike's not there.
Mike's at work. He goes into the actual brick and mortar stores.
Was Scarlett and Eric on their way to the shore?
That's happened. Yeah, the exchange happened.
They were on the way to the shore when that happened. That's
when what happened?
Like they were headed to the beach.
They met at 11. Your sister and Erica halfway, because Erica was supposed to text me last night, because I was deciding whether or not to crash here or go to the shore last night, and then she forgot. And I'm like, oh, she's like, oh, I'm already here. I forgot. So I'm like, oh, because I was
at the shore.
She went last night. Wow. And which put a real fork in my plans, because I was going to have her scoop scout, because I knew.
So that's why they had to drive. They both drove halfway.
Yeah, they hooked it up. They took care of it.
That was nice.
Yeah, it was.
I'm just imagining the people in the house who are listening to the Bob Jection for the first time. Like, what the hell is Bob doing out there?
Oh, so I was starting to tell you, like, because I had my, like the stream on my phone and I was trying to work, and like Bob was talking, something happened, and I like turned and was about to like scream up to him.
I saw that in the chat. It made me sad.
And then my like heart dropped a little. I was like, oh no, nobody's here.
Jesse, yeah, I'm in Jersey. The whitefish salad and water ice. That's a thing. We call it Italian lemonade in Chicago. Water ice or woulda. When I first met Allie, she used to pronounce water as woulda.
Oh, people were giving me shit about that yesterday. I say water. That's how I say it, the right way. Water. I don't know what people were saying that about me, and I don't know what the fuck they were talking about. Water. That's
how dare you?
Water.
I had to train myself to say water instead of water.
Are you talking about Italian ice? What is water ice? I've never heard of. Are you talking
water
about
ice? Water ice is Italian ice. It's the same.
Oh, all right. People don't have that everywhere. It's
kind of weird Philly thing. They call it water ice, like Rita's. You want to go to Rita's and get some water ice? I'm like,
it's
what?
Italian ice.
It's Italian. Yeah, it's Italian ice. Let's go. All right, just if you're joining us now, we got 1,200 strong in here. Welcome.
Yeah, man.
Welcome. Court's on lunch break. We are keeping an eye on it. We will not miss 1 minute.
But it's like a full hour that they're gone for, or are they doing half hours?
45.
What is it?
45? Oh.
They should be back in 10 minutes, but they're always a little bit late.
10 minutes? They've been gone 45.
Yeah, it's 1:35. They left at 1.
We've been talking about this for 45 minutes.
35.
I feel like I was just
they're going to be back
Bob
in 10.
about my family.
What time is it?
1:35. They should be back in 10 minutes.
You could take a dip, and Jay and I you should have dipped on lunch. Should have went in the pool.
I know Charlotte was disappointed I got so set up.
You could probably do it from the hot tub.
Some quality Jay and Allie time. It's like, God damn it, Bob's already set up. Son of a bitch.
Oh, it was 1:15, so then it's till 2. I thought it was 1 o'clock. No, it was like 1:03. I felt like when they. But
I say like we have not been sitting here waiting for that long. Like I'm sort of anxious to know what's going on. I feel like if there's nobody like courtroom people tweeting about it. Maybe they're all still in there. Like I don't know who usually would tweet what. So there's no way for me to figure that out. I haven't eaten today. All the love.
Hey, I wish there was some way I could magically send you this other giant glop of whitefish salad I have. You'd be so happy in your tummy. Oh man. We just can't get it in Chicago. Like there's no good Jewish delis. We had one spot that was close to us in Naperville.
I'm sure there's Jewish delis that are good in Skokie.
Skokie. That's it. But that's an hour and a half away from us. That's not
right. It's
not feasible. Like I used to go surprise Alley. Like I dip out, go to the Jewish deli because it was really the only spot like you could get good whitefish salad. If you're from the East Coast and if you're Jewish, you definitely know what whitefish salad is. It's kind of like tuna salad, except much more delicious to me. As a non-Jew, I'm a de facto Jew because I married a nice Jewish girl from the East Coast. And I fell in love very quickly with whitefish salad. I'm surprised you like it because it's definitely fishier tasting than like tuna.
Yeah, but it's like the taste of tuna compared to the taste of whitefish. It's like I don't even.
Girl, I agree. But I like mackerel sushi. Like I get like, like that fish where I'll just get the nigiri, where I just get the slice of the mackerel, which is a really salty, kind of fishy tasting fish, and I love it, and I think that you'd find it repugnant. All right. So
this is the point where I remind you that we have over 1,100 people from YouTube who may not be familiar with the thing that's over Allie's shoulder there. So maybe just remind the folks.
But before you do it, let's acknowledge Jessie Charles there because she wrote about her husband.
Sorry for your loss, Jessie. That's awful. Thank you for your service. Yeah, that's the problem with, bad apples. We shouldn't let them spoil the bunch, but oftentimes it does. And
I'll say it again. They should take all the firemen and make them police. Take all the police, make them firemen.
I think that's a great idea. Between your limp dick movement and that, I think you've got two things that
you should probably explain that before you go any further.
Right.
Yeah, explain that. Explain that, babe.
Well, no, that's just about not
It's
using.
A movement. Don't undermine it. It's a movement. I'm pushing it out there in the world hard.
So it's just like because I don't like using women's body parts and women's references, and plus it makes no sense. Like to call someone a wussy, referring to the woman body part that
means
makes
pussy,
babies,
but she doesn't want to say it. Go ahead.
that makes babies and is strong and powerful. The what is more pathetic and weaker than a limp dick? Nothing.
What logic? So logical and true. So Allie, I've really been backing this movement of hers. And we are big. We're getting it out to the world.
I call people a crybaby boy. Don't be a baby boy.
Yeah, like me and my neck.
Yeah, I mean, who cries when who can't handle being sick and hurt?
4 kids, and I'm sitting here whining about a stiff neck, like I'm dying. Like,
right.
It's like everything's relative.
So, yep.
And then Jay stuck up for me because he's my boy.
I tried like ovary up wasn't working.
I like that.
It didn't stick. But
this is a good question for you. Oh yeah, all right. So yeah, if you're a fan of our channel and our content here, we highly recommend you check out our podcast. Now, many of the lives we convert to podcast format, but we do have a serialized podcast wherein, I'm writing the script. The first season's about John Wayne Gacy. My father happened to be his trial attorney, one of 2 trial attorneys, and he had given me all his taped interviews with Gacy, prepping him for trial. I held on to him forever and made a podcast about it. It's not really about Gacy. It's really about the victims, the investigation, the arrest, and the trial. We're very proud of it. We think it's pretty fascinating, and we uncover some pretty amazing stuff in that. And then the second season is this insane case that Allie and I handled, where our client was a doctor who was accused of murdering 4 people over 5 years in 2 double homicides. And it was just like procedurally, like one of those cases that will blow your mind. And they're deep dives. Like, I'm going to forewarn you of deep dive. If you like kind of surface level stuff, my pod, the serialized stuff's not going to be for you. If you love deep dives, I hazard to guess you will really love the both of the serialized seasons because they are deep. Gacy went 36 episodes with unbelievable. I have interviews with all the old cops. I got the lead prosecutor to perform his entire closing argument. That's how I ended it. That only the people in that courtroom that put Gacy to death heard. It would I had the arm hairs were standing up on end the whole time.
Obviously, everyone can think I'm biased, but I just to me, honestly, not even being biased, it's an amazing podcast. I feel like I had chills at the last. I mean, the last episode was really 3 episodes, but
yeah. Well, we wanted to end it on 33 because in memorial of the number of Gacy's victims. So I'm like, oh my God, I can't.
33 part 1, 33 part 2, and 33 part 3.
I had to stick with it. And then, believe it or not, Garcia, it's still going. It's ongoing, and it's on episode 56. And these are episodes that range from 45 minutes to sometimes an hour and a half. It's something. It's something.
First source material by the lawyers with the lawyer's file.
Yeah, they're very different than I'd say almost every other podcast out there because they are first source materials. It's and I'm a lawyer, so it's you get that too. Yeah. Oh, Estrella.
Wait, I didn't answer the.
Do you still need it up, or do you remember?
Well, I can answer without. I think her name was Hammy, right? Or
yeah.
So, I went to law school knowing I wanted to be a criminal defense attorney. Always wanted to give voice to the voiceless, power to the powerless. Doesn't always work out that way. But I don't know if I'm assuming that most people who decide to be a lawyer go to law school with some sense of what kind of law they want to practice. But I don't know because I forever wanted to be a defense attorney.
Well, both of us knew we wanted to litigate, right? And we both knew we wanted to be the defense side. Me, because my dad was a defense attorney, and that's just how I think. I would have a very hard time, if not impossible time, convicting people or prosecuting people. I'm just not a prosecutor by nature, and I just think that there's so.
There goes Bob.
Bye, babe.
By the way, before he comes back, I should point out that on both my channel and I think you guys uploaded on your channel, if you want to see our interview, me and Chen's interview with the woman who rocks, Ali Mata, it's under Bob's videos. Check it out. You can learn all about her. 5 memberships from A to Z, who is coming in hot today. Thank you so much, A to Z.
Thanks, A to Z. Up.
There he is.
He's trying.
Well, I try to add up.
You both and added each other at the same time.
I slid something and somehow logged out. So I was just saying I was surprised at how few people wanted to litigate in law school, be trial lawyers. Maybe 10%. Most people went in to do contractual, kind of business law. Not many litigators. Litigators are a very kind of select few.
Different breed.
Different breed for sure. Definitely. Yes, I am definitely communing with nature. Charlotte, yeah, right. That would be amazing. The pools, their whole setup's amazing back there. I don't know if you guys can see
I
it.
just didn't. I'm shocked that you haven't seen it. That you haven't been there.
I've never been out here. When would I you've left me the last 3 Father's Days.
But we never went over to Lawrence any of the times we did go together to
They've only been here for 4 years. I've never been here. Mike knew. I've never been here.
We are busy, but we're usually running around between.
Yeah, I mean, typically when we're coming in, we're at your folks, and then we're at the shore. If we're coming in for the shore,
or my sister that's got younger kids too, so she's usually coming to us instead of us going to her house because it's why are we going to schlep out to that house?
Right.
But yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. The whole property's really nice. Their whole little bird sanctuary over there. Like when you weren't on early this morning, we had like just an amazing amount of birds that were just chirping, and it was quite delightful. Really, I loved it. It was very
Man, Jay really got me overexcited for the time coming back thing.
I'm telling you, they ended at like 1
I
o'clock. And
blame Jay. It's okay.
45 minutes. But and I prefaced it that they do come back late from lunch sometimes, particularly now if they have an issue with this witness. So Dizzy says 105. All right, thank you, Dizzy. So I was like, they should be back soon. However, it's probably gonna be closer to 2, but within hopefully 5-10 minutes, they should be back, guys.
A to Z gifted 5 DD memberships. Thank you so much for your constant support. We adore
Have
you.
you guys noticed anybody saying anything about hearing from anyone that's at the courthouse?
Is anybody watching a Twitter feed or an X feed from somebody that's boots on the ground? I haven't been looking at my Twitter. I've been trying to avoid it. It just angers me.
I don't know. I just don't know whose Twitter I would look for to know that they were.
If you want a reporter, at Ted Daniel News, if you want, he's one of them that's following.
He's in there.
Jen, always give her another gifted 5 DD podcast memberships. Thank you so much. And I'm sure the beneficiary to you 2 ladies and your wonderful generosity are also
Ted
equally.
Daniels. Oh yeah. All right. No, he just said lunch recess. Jackson says about a half hour.
A half hour to 40 minutes.
And Allie, what's the timestamp? How many minutes ago does it say? Does his thing say? The tweet. You can look at the tweet next to his name. How many minutes?
49 minutes.
Yes, thank you. 49 minutes. I was right. Hashtag Jay was right.
Jay was right.
I'm shocked. I really thought she was gonna. I see. I'm still so naive. Like I'm always like, all right. Like in Delphi for Richard Allen, I'm always like, all right. The judge is really going to get upset about this. She's not going to stand by and let the state pull something she barked at the defense for. I mean,
Lally promised to visit me at least 3 times a week. Charlotte figured it out. It's my new home. It's very nice though.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't blame her. Yeah, all the Double D memberships going out. You guys have been amazingly amazing. So, like, I'm sitting here trying to pretend like my mind is just not exploded from exactly what happened this morning. I'm like, whole thing.
It's crazy.
Has anybody in the chat? So Dizzy said Amy had to take a breather from the chat. One of our always watchers. She's definitely a great member of the fam, but like she's pretty adamant that Karen did it. So I mean, is there anybody else in here that's Karen really?
But we're not even talking about whether Karen did it or not. That's what I don't get. I wish she would. I'm
talking about the people that think that.
Right, but I wish she would have stayed because we're just talking about.
It wasn't that we were.
Tough, Allie. There's like 1,000 people in the chat who are like, "What you think this?" It's
tough. Even though everybody was civil, it's still
like
you could minimize the chat, but I guess that's part of the reason people do the YouTube.
I mean, like the one thing I'll say is it's not us trying to sell anybody on jack shit. I mean, it is what it is. Everybody's watching the same thing. I think we're all just kind of reaching the same conclusions as we watch it. I mean, it's hard not to be shocked.
Right. But we have to remember this is extreme case because a cop was killed. In their minds, a cop was murdered. Whatever. Well, unless you think the whole thing's a
hashtag Jay was right. 150 hashtag Jay was right. I'll yell at me.
Let's bring the witness in, please.
Right.
Del Boca Vista? Yeah, Bob's at Del Boca Vista. Here we go, guys.
He's just going to bring it up again. Did he not make a motion to?
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, before we were discussing Sallyport video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
in other words, the font color.
To the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
And then that guy retired? Is that right?
Berkowitz who retired.
Oh, okay. I was just
Sure.
wondering.
I could be wrong.
Yeah,
No,
Berkowitz.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the ring.
Which means
app.
some
So
way or another, you could get access to the ring videos
Correct.
and watch those ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes.
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Wow.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately
How can
12:41 a.m.
every piece
is not
of evidence
Correct.
be wrong?
As the case officer,
Everything.
you're aware that Trooper Chico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022.
Are you
correct?
shitting me right now? Don't even tell me.
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did
Tell
you
me this
actually,
guy's
at
not
any
going to
point before
testify. I
writing
just
your
saw another
report,
video.
did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos.
Why
Otherwise,
did they need two people
what's
to
the point, right?
review the
Correct.
video?
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
He should have tried to trick him. He didn't read them. Why'd he say that? Should have said, do you remember what they look like? Were
Do you
they
recall
on big paper,
exactly,
long paper, short
as you
paper,
sit
sticky
here,
paper?
exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those notes?
Yes.
Mayor, you on?
Yes.
He's got a note on. If he's got a note on the other video, I just don't even know what. Like, I think the court could on its own, like, just say, I don't know what. I don't know what.
Mayor.
Yes.
I guess you could say defense. Do you have a
If you wouldn't
motion?
mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
It's not going to change. He's going to. There's got to be something there. Why would the state put on false evidence then?
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Approach.
Yes.
Oh boy, it's there. Look at his face. Look at his face.
Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the ring video, he indicated tail lights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time.
That's what I'm over here screaming about.
12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Oh my God.
You wrote a report.
Maybe it's not
November,
that.
I'm sorry, I
Can't be
earlier
that.
said November. It's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Is that footage
You
missing? Is
recall
that
the
For 1
ring
second.
that you made?
If he's noting times in a missing video, we then know who deleted the video.
well? Is that the one
That's
that's
what's
missing?
happening right now.
Wait, I thought the one that was missing is the one of them.
Everything from when she gets home, everything like from. Let's hear it play out. If what I think is
I
happening,
thought the only thing that was missing was when she
Over.
left.
if this is
What were you doing when I was screaming about this?
when
Like 2 seconds ago.
eating whitefish, I was. All right, go.
Wait,
Concerning-
pause it. I want someone else to confirm because now I don't trust you and I'm not sure. I thought the missing video was them leaving at like 5-something in the morning.
No,
Was the 12-something video was missing as well? There were 2 videos missing?
we've never seen any video from her arriving home ever.
Is that, are we
Ever.
sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Hashtag Bob is right.
Okay.
Thank you, Jay.
Then
Let's go. My head's about to explode. If I get skull
The
matter and
events
brain
that
matter on
were
the
of
screen, I
note to you
apologize.
that were reflected in your report.
The majority of them. Not every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
Fair approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you want me to know?
it's time to ask for a mistrial.
Oh my God.
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as
Why
to
would
page
they
2-3.
why would they put their everything in jeopardy like this?
A to Z just coming in hot all day. $20 super chat.
Just killing it.
Dear Karen Reed, defense team, hire Lally as your consultant. End of story.
Agreed.
This
mean-
had to have been discussed in a motion in Lemonade if there's a missing video that they have proof of. Like they have the
Right?
there's something we're missing.
There's got to be someone missing.
May I approach? Yes, thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Does
And that's
Lally?
notwithstanding the fact
What is happening?
that in Chico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes
Fucking rages.
and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Oh, wow. That's his excuse. Oh,
Video
nothing to
they
see here.
said
It's
it
a
was-
different date.
12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is
Yeah,
gone
well,
as well.
where's the why doesn't someone else subpoena the activity
At
log?
some point,
Like what?
while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
No.
The
Oh.
objection is sustained.
What?
Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Don't what?
Yes, sir.
Wave. I think he's waving. Don't maybe I don't know. Sound like don't wave.
I'm so she is just not upset enough. This is
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no
They
video.
did say it was
12:41
untimed at
January
some
29th,
point.
is there?
No, there isn't.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we follow the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her
and
to be,
delete videos.
for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody
Just a
from Canton,
wacko.
No, not at all.
not family, not friends with the Alberts.
Absolutely not.
At some point, your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Why?
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Yeah, she has to allow it.
Again, we follow the facts and the evidence which showed Miss Reed
That's not what he asked you.
hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff, texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over yet today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022?
After you deleted the ring video.
Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
Let me just check my log of shitty messages I
Either
said.
the
I'm not
bait
sure
stamp
which
or
one.
the,
This is triple F, this is Foxtrot.
I can't remember all my
The
shitty
base stamp
messages.
is 2526.
What the hell is going on in Massachusetts, in Boston? How is there not somebody saying that this needs to stop?
Yes, sir.
Do you see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, I didn't give my.
Yes.
They don't want a
Request,
mistrial.
permission
They
to
want to
publish,
not
Your Honor?
guilty.
yes.
That's what's happening here.
2526, Mr. Bates. On that date, February 4th, 2022, your sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael, meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
I want to know.
I want to go
So-
back and listen to that entire thing again. I want to be crystal clear on what the sticky note says. So the sticky note has the time, and
Yep.
Chico makes the statement.
I think
it
she's
appears
correct.
that Karen Reed is arriving back at Channel Key. That
Headlights illuminate, taillights illuminated. I think it said too.
I don't care about that.
Well,
I don't care about that. Like this
shouldn't
is
the taillight
if
be
their
broken?
excuse is that it could be a different date that he's talking about as to how they actually had eyes on this missing video. This case is over.
No, the video is still. It sounds like even if they do say they don't know the date, because I thought at some point in time, it made no sense to me that they said something about it came undated, untimed. It was, what's his face, Trooper B, and I was like, well, wait, he just said he didn't know dates and times, and then he gave us the precise date and time. That's got to be hearsay because what's he basing it off of? So, but in any event, he did not write down that time when he put the times. He didn't put that time in. So, if there's a little bit of snow on the ground, they know it's that day. I mean, there's no other.
Why would they be looking at any other? Just common sense dictates that they're looking.
Yeah, but
at
I
the
think
day
they might
in
have
question.
gotten like a day before. Remember, they showed her backing up and pulling out. Like this is some other day where she could just.
Why would
back
they be
out.
looking at 12:41 a.m. on any other day? Why does that time matter on any other day? Dude, this case is fucking over. I can't even with it. Like, how did they go forward with this? Like, Lally knew that sticky note existed.
Well, it's not up to Lally.
What?
It's everybody else. It's the actual DA.
Lally should have like he had to take the risk of not putting Proctor on and let them call him and try to deal with the hostile witness bullshit and like him trying to direct his will.
Are we wrong about this? I'm just.
That's like, how can we be wrong about it?
He
Are
looked
we wrong
like
about
he
this?
was. He looked like he was gonna pass out right there.
If they just proved that they had access to the Ring video, which they were insinuating over and over and over that Karen Reed deleted, this case is over.
They're not asking for a mistrial on purpose. I think they want the not guilty.
I mean, like the judge is going to end it. I'm saying in my mind, it's over.
Right.
Like
But I'm just saying, if that's what happened, they could very easily get a mistrial at this point. But I say that, but she doesn't even seem upset. You could tell she was upset about the texts. She doesn't seem fazed.
Oh man, it's because she made a rule, like you said, there had to have been a motion to eliminate on this. Like, was this not included in their motion to dismiss?
I don't know.
Like, we heard Yannetti's entire argument. We did an episode on it. Like, he didn't mention this.
Mm-mm.
That's why I'm like, I keep thinking we have to be missing something.
Sometimes the prosecutors, they get also like, and maybe not every lawyer does it. Maybe some do, some don't. I go through literally every single possible detail, even if it looks like it might, like at first glance, it's not going to really mean anything. I wonder if I don't know. I just don't.
Like, dude,
how could he not know that though?
I don't know.
We must be. Let's play it because we must be missing
something. We have to. I don't know. Like this can't be true.
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor. I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me.
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to. Just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, hopefully she kills herself, correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No,
right?
no, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes,
That put a lot of
They
pressure
clearly
on you,
didn't want the
didn't it,
truth.
Trooper Proctor.
there's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes,
Julie Albert, loosely.
yes,
Colin Albert, loosely.
yes,
Kevin Albert, loosely.
yes,
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser when after a night of drinking, right?
I
Objection.
don't
Sustained.
call anyone I go out for drinks with loosely.
You agreed in your group chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats. this morning.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
With the
Your friends wrote this whole thing, in their
friends.
words, stinks, correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor,
what?
that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like it said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes,
A whack job, correct?
yes,
A retard, right?
yes,
Poopy
Her
thing.
balloon knot leaks, right?
Poo.
yes,
No
Don't
ass,
poo.
correct?
yes,
She's fucked, according to you, right?
yes,
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
correct,
A girl who shits herself, right?
correct,
And then fuck her, correct?
correct.
Well, let's not forget about what about that other
Would you
cop?
agree, Trooper
He's in
Proctor,
trouble,
that you
right?
have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this
I'll
one,
allow it.
Mr. Jackson.
Right.
Would you agree with that?
I would say based off that language,
Yes. In some sense, you got to give something.
yes,
And you admitted in your own words that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit,
There we go.
right?
correct,
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
the homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words,
Jesus.
who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't need an answer.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right. So
Shame
James,
on
please
you,
regard that.
sir.
I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask
Wow.
questions.
Well,
And
now
Mr.
she
Jackson,
gets
you know
upset.
better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Withdrawn, Your Honor. Withdrawn.
Thank you.
Now he's going to rehabilitate a liar. Let's see if maybe we missed something. Let's just keep. There's something's not right.
He's going to try to
He can't rehabilitate his hair,
Riley,
let alone a
the
witness.
He's got to
Jay.
clear this thing
Got
up
that
with
little
the
tough.
camera for us.
Oh, man. Shame on you, sir. That's some shit I would say, man, all day.
Good afternoon, sir.
Get admonished all
Good
the
afternoon, sir.
time like that.
And he also didn't ask him, don't you know you're sequestered and you weren't supposed to be watching that video? How'd you get that video? Where's it from? Like, I don't, maybe they figured it out in
You
the
had
break.
started with cross-examination the other day. You were asked some questions about whether or not in August of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti. correct?
Really, Lally? I think you
That's
should
correct.
Why
start
was
with
that?
the Ring camera.
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me, and he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office.
Watching the same?
As well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday.
Who?
In the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, it informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Lawyers are allowed,
Yes.
yeah, lawyers are allowed to interview witnesses. See, he's a cop.
What a
He still thinks
pinhead.
lawyers can't interview witnesses.
What a pinhead.
His kid's school seems a little excessive.
What a
maybe.
well,
She
I mean,
worked
if
at the
she's
school?
dodging service,
Oh,
mean, it's
are
not-
they
it's
trying
not
to
an-
serve her?
it seems like it.
Well, he doesn't need to be there for that. Seems like they wanted to talk.
Well, I think he wanted to do both.
Oh, tiny table guy just.
And what he said was before that happened, that was wholly irrelevant. It should be stricken. And it makes I don't know why Jackson let it
Lally's
go on
first
for so
question
long.
should have been
Ring camera.
Trooper Proctor. That really, really sucked, didn't it?
Oh, look, there's Matt Johnson from Court TV.
Where?
Directly in front of us.
Oh, yeah. Good old Maddie. Maddie J. What's
I
up?
don't understand what's going on.
Mike sent me a text and he said he referenced where he was. He gave us a little shout out.
Of course.
But how did he know that? Means he's watching.
Yeah, it's like we got.
Hi, Lar.
Can I come over there?
Of course, of course. This is my lovely sister-in-law, Lauren, my host.
Hi.
who's
Hi.
Hi.
taken care of me for the past 24 hours. It's her lovely home.
And you're working? Oh, she's gone. She gone.
She's still there.
I'm
She's
here, but I'm gone. I just wanted to put it in the fridge.
okay. Thanks, Laura.
Man, what do you think they're getting into right now on the sidebar? What if he can get into it? Like,
I don't know. I'm gonna run to the little boys' room. All this up.
I already forgot the question because I'm still trying to figure out if we're like.
well, he was
Right.
just giving his little speech about how like they came to his sister's school and.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. She's gonna have to strike it and tell them that lawyers are allowed to do things or something. I would hope.
Imagine this guy crying about his name being dragged in the mud after all the shit that just came out, and he's crying. He's done nothing but drag Karen Reed's name through the fucking mud, and he's crying. You got to be fucking
here we
kidding me.
go.
I'm sure the jury
Oh,
is
that
really
was ago.
has empathy for him. Lally's looking for the white flag, folks. He's gonna raise it any second now. Oh, they're waiting because the jury's not there. I think they must have took a little break.
You are unmuted.
Please rise for the jury.
I mean,
Good stuff, Jay. Good stuff.
Thank you. You may be seated. Close back session.
Witness two, please.
Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregarded. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record.
and lawyers are allowed to do whatever the hell it was. that he
Trooper,
did.
I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Listen up,
Keep your
dummy.
voice up, Mr. Lally.
Keep your voice up, Lally.
Proctor, let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Gannett, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022. Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of. Like I said, I stand by the
you
integrity
just
of this
testified to
investigation, as
some.
well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
Were there also motions filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
This is what they're going to do, the same shit that the 20
Have
people
you
on
at any
Twitter are
point in time
doing,
ever
deflecting
met any children
away
of
from the case.
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. Form, meeting.
Yeah.
In that form, it's strictly not allowed to ask if that way, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers involved?
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we don't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th,
Yes.
2022, was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Sir, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about testimony in a prior proceeding and shown specifically at page 01563, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64, and that's to read those and look up.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1, 5, 6, 2, 6, 3, and 6, 4.
Thank you.
Bukaki.
Everything that guy just says is bullshit.
Oh, yeah. There's the one. That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
Serenity now!
I honestly think he would just be better if he didn't do any of this shit because no one's gonna believe a fucking word this man says.
I mean, dude,
Point.
so Lally's plan was to try to garner sympathy for this guy by talking about how his family's been harassed. Like that's his big move.
Yeah,
that's his big move right there.
I gotta believe the jury does not give a fuck about that.
Jay, how'd that work for you? Do you feel pretty sympathetic for him now?
I feel zero.
Yeah, and you know what?
Elmo knows where you live.
You know, Bob, I was trying to think. You asked me about like cases I've had where it was bad with the witness. Typically, when I had cases, it was an IME doctor.
Yes.
But like with an IME doctor, it's basically you work for the insurance company, blah blah. It wasn't about the character of the IME doctor. It wasn't about their everything they've ever done. Like
On those 3 pages, there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that testimony?
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both the McCabe's and the Albers, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions by Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. Al was involved anyway. Like I said before, from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight and the fact that leaving Brockton, instead of going to Dighton, she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
Now, if
But you didn't find it odd that you went to a further, you passed to barracks
which
to
led
Canton?
led you to believe that Mr. Albert was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to
You
that,
can't ask
what
that.
would you have done?
Objection. Then we'll allow it.
She's allowing
Not
it.
only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that.
Sure, pal.
Regardless
Sure
of
would have.
correct?
Regardless of what he does for a profession.
Sure, pal.
You know what I mean, approach?
Yes.
Do you believe that, Jay?
No. And I don't think anyone in the jury is going to. I really like. This is such a futile.
Bullshit.
I apologize, John.
After all that shit, no one's believing this fucking guy. Just let him go.
New document I showed you the other day. Do you recognize that?
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
Oh,
And
we're
sir,
going
if I
back
could
there?
direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group? That text message.
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
So that's also information that you had late in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Inform that, sustained.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn it?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Retreat?
Is he shitting me? That was before he talked to McCabe. Before, or not McCabe. Julie Albert? I don't know.
Now, you were asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Dunn interviewed Miss Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about charging decisions. Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as far as what Ms. Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
Yeah, you're
No,
also
not
the
at all.
fact providers. So they only know what you tell them.
Now, specifically, you were asked some questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper DeChico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant, Ms. Reed, charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
It's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Objection. I'll withdraw that. Okay.
Yes.
Answer that.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
that. Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
And so, false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Objection. Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly are. How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Now, you were asked some questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, have you ever been to that home prior to February 10th?
I'd not been to that, this kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert?
I feel like I don't
When was the
believe
last
him.
time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022.
yeah.
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert? If you know.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022, related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
Now, as far as babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, was that something that you had asked for or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term.
Why did Julie owe you a favor?
With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February of 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed on those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her at that?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
We all heard it. It was pretty
You also asked
specific.
of a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Objection.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustained is to inform. Watch how you ask these questions.
Right, he's
Now, use
leading.
your witness.
Yes. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with Sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Only who
Now,
you're
in
going to
regard
interview.
to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
Objection.
I didn't take.
I'll allow it.
Well, now.
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned, I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never
Lally
received
is
one.
setting him
I
up to
kinda
lie.
Said,
And
get my
look
wife
like
a gift.
a liar.
She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide the week before. So
That doesn't sound like a. You were
that was my
joking.
response. Get Elizabeth one. And she never received one.
Now, you were asked some questions
Oh my God,
about
this is
Commonwealth,
outrageous.
correct?
Correct.
This is outrageous.
And as far as
On direct, he had him say
What, if
something
any,
different.
information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
My understanding, Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride had arrived out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
I didn't have an interview with
Yeah, we knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is
Now you know how to
leaving
use an
around
app?
like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m.
Now they work. Now
so they
GPS works.
Did not cross paths.
Now, Mr. Jackson was asking about some people as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
Why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
They had left 34 Fairview like Colin Albert prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection. Sustained is that full.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of.
Objection. Can you answer that same question Mr. Lally asked you?
Can't say falsely.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection.
Yeah.
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story or his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Sally McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone abstractions and what different material may mean within cell bright abstraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Miss Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection.
Form of the question, sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not?
Objection.
Allowing it under building.
Dr. May we approach?
Sure.
Everything that guy just said
You
is
are-
bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, he's just kind of going through point by point. I mean, this just isn't rehabilitation. Like, you can't.
Like, if he doesn't get to the ring camera, then it's like I'm literally going. I just looked up if a judge can enter mistrials sua sponte, but I was just on Google, so I don't know if it's true.
I can't fast forward. I'm live, advocate. I mean, this is what we talked about. There's no way to make this better. This is I don't care what they say. This man.
Court did it in Colorado, sua sponte declaration of mistrial. So
Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath here.
I feel like they would never have allowed this to come to that if something like that existed. It's right in the discovery, for God's sakes. I just don't get it. I don't get. I mean, obviously, if he doesn't mention it, then I don't know what to think.
Well,
I'm sua sponte declaring Proctor a douche nozzle. Is that the
Good
word?
job.
Sua sponte?
You are
Sua sponte.
unmuted.
I second that. Second that motion.
Procedure.
Yes.
Let me rephrase that just a little. As far as
Just a little.
where the Trooper Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Ms. McCabe's Cellbrite and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your conversations with Kevin Allen, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
Jeez, I don't even know how
They
he
had
thinks any
nothing
of
to
this
do with
is
this investigation.
important.
Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Dr. May I approach?
Yes.
Well, one thing we know he's catching shit for is driving his. They've got to
Documents
do whatever it says in
the other
the
day.
rule book for
Recognize
someone
that?
that drives with the
Yes,
drinks.
I do.
and recruit.
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regard to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, you recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602. And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I inform Kevin Albert, I had located his badge. Follow up. What's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
You're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
But you knew where he was,
So close
that he was
to
at
him
the
that you don't
gym
know where
that
his
day.
house is, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
I approach this to retrieve your honor.
Yes.
Get this guy out of here, Lally. Just end this bullshit already.
I mean, he better say something. You know, what's weird is that Yannetti didn't bring up
You were asking questions
search
about
warrant return with
ring
him.
videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
This is what he's going to close
Yes.
on, I bet.
To be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app, on his phone, or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times.
Yeah, where's
They
the
informed
report?
me if the
Who you
video
spoke
is
to?
deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
Well, he probably called to ask that before he did it.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
There's additional video.
You were asking questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, you know what that
He
means?
had the phone. He didn't need to do a subpoena.
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper DeChico could answer for.
To what?
Could answer for. I mean, Lally just asked a question and trying to get him to lie. He watched it. It said, I saw her come home.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's fucking suborn perjury.
Sir, you were asking questions
He's
about
trying to.
Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, Police Department, specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th, in which you can also observe damage to the taillight?
Objection. Sustained is to inform.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
And as far as your time at the home indicting the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
All of a sudden, he remembers everything about the videos.
Now,
except the sound.
sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or you were aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the defendant's vehicle?
Correct. Yes.
And you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight?
Objection. Sustained as to form.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Now, you had talked to first responders, correct?
Yes.
And that included firefighter Flamati?
Bob, can you hear me?
Yeah. Did we all disappear?
We all just disappeared. I think we're back now. It's just fucking StreamYard. It's fucking StreamYard. This happens. All right. Is everyone back here? I paused it. I'll resume it now. Hopefully everything is okay.
So weird. I didn't do anything. Wasn't me.
That morning?
It wasn't any of us. It was
And you're aware of
StreamYard.
statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to troopers in regard to what they had observed that?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr.
Objection.
O'Keefe's body. However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Objection. You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
Really? Do you know what did
With
they
respect
say?
to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Miss Reed, sorry, Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car.
Oh, sure.
Miss Reed ran directly over
And
to
why is
John
he
O'Keefe's
allowed to
body.
speak to hearsay? Like, why is
Even
this getting in
when
right now?
Miss Reed had exited the vehicle.
Statement against
Miss
interest.
McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know
No.
what was going on
He's
and what she was running
testifying to
to.
what two other gens said.
Now, were you aware from your conversation with
About her
firefighter
statement
Flamati
against
that the
interest.
defendant had stated
Stop.
hit him
Objection.
in the presence of firefighter
It just
Flamati
keeps
earlier
leading.
that morning?
Yes.
And they're not. Now they're not
And
objecting.
were you also aware of statements the
Objection.
defendant made to other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview, indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on in subsequent interviews.
The defense has decided they don't want to be objecting anymore, I guess.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat,
Again,
later
leading.
part of the evening of January 29th, 2022. What is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
That's a ridiculous question.
All right. So
what did you know about anything?
I knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. We went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Mechanic and I. Yeah.
So at the time that you made those
It's about to ask a leading question.
comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Leading.
You've got to watch the form, Mr. Lally. It's sustained.
And the other was like calls for a narrative and a
You
half.
made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments. What did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
Murdered him.
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts, Mr. O'Keefe got out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the waterfall bar with.
I don't know. Objection.
Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
Then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Leading. Jagoff.
Jackson.
Whoa, Lally coming in with Jagoff. Whoa, hey, oh.
So you think that your assessment, personal assessment,
right,
that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car, gave you license to call her a cunt?
Objection. Here he goes again.
Right?
Come on, Jackson. You
Based on the evidence,
overdid
sir, my emotions got the best of me. So it was in poor taste. Yes, it was it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my emotions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job.
Why don't you just ask him again, Ellie? He's got no explanation for the missing ring video.
Yeah, that's it.
No.
That's it.
Right?
That's what I wrote.
Did
you call her retarded?
She's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Did you have an agenda?
That's the same question. She's not saying it to be open-ended.
That was a good one the first time. So the fact that you believe personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
Come on.
You indicated
we're going to
on
go back to
cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes.
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
He's doing the same thing Lally did, just to make a point.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him.
I'll bring it to your gym.
You just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
And then you said there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian
He didn't
Albert,
look at it for
Brian
it.
Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
He didn't review any of the apps. He didn't review
Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
Allow
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah.
I am one part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox
It's your
guarding
case.
the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
Oof.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else?
All right, Jackson, that was a low blow. As
All
far
right,
as
Trooper, you
knowing
are
it was an
all set.
improper question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
Ah, get the fuck out of here. Don't thank
Oh.
the jurors. They hate your guts. Get the fuck out,
Are
sir.
you kidding me?
Don't let the door hit you on your ass on the way out, piece of shit.
Objection. Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
Oh boy.
Colin Tully.
All right.
Objection.
I'm out. I got work to do.
Bye, Allie.
Bye. Bye, all.
Give us one more jag off before you go.
Yes.
Jag off.
Yay.
So I'm just going to step up.
You saw this with the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take this.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Brian Tully, Tully,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the unit commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been, let me ask you first, as far as, how long have you been lieutenant of the state?
That's why they're all bald.
I was a first
Naked
lieutenant.
man.
I can't hear you, Bob. What'd you say?
Oh, Susie was asking why they were all bald, and I was just letting them know that it was her. They want to upset her.
I heard Susie
In
doesn't like bald guys.
2021,
I'll shave our shit.
and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to
Hey, it's getting
your
hot as
current
balls out here on the
how
deck.
long have you been a member of that?
Get in the AC,
I've been
dude.
with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office for the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how they're conducted?
For the first 10 years as the rank of trooper and sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations. Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology in criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and as well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Now, if I could ask you just with respect to your unit, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the role and what does your unit do with respect to death investigations within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time the call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police, who respond and come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop headquarters on the state police. The state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or the lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section, does narcotics investigations, and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section. I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning your attention to January 29th, 2022, at some point did you become aware in the morning with regard to a death within the town of Canton?
Yes.
And what, if any, when did you become aware and how did you become aware initially of what had transpired?
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that, but we learned that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
And so then what happened from there as far as your unit's involved?
So as we learned more information about what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. And they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police departments in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially ask for or wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made and who makes those determinations?
It falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor is willing to sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. It's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose. We would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive. And so we will not respond. We typically will mirror what the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
As far as
Gonna pause this real quick because we are very lucky to have an expert on police investigation joining us right now. Here he is. What's up, Joe?
Joe Jackalow!
What's up, fellas? If I had
What's
hair,
up,
I'd be
Joe?
pulling it out of my freaking head.
Joe, did you conduct all your investigations and all your years as a New York homicide dick like this, my friend? Was this what your investigations look like?
If I did this as a supervisor in the detective bureau, I'd be walking a footpost on the Brooklyn Bridge in the middle of January.
Yeah, you heard it there first, kids, right from Joe Jackalone's mouth. Dude, it's unbelievable, you know.
Time to clean house, fellas. That's it.
For real.
Can you believe that he is still the lead investigator on this case, Joe? Like, that was.
I think that they had no choice to keep him on there, because if they would have pulled him off of this, I think it would have looked even worse than it already did. But I guarantee you, he's not in charge of the Brian Walsh case anymore. I can tell you that.
Can't be, right? I mean, he can't
no.
be.
No.
Be a nightmare.
And for the folks who don't know, you should. It's Joe Jackalone. He has his own YouTube channel, which is awesome. And I see Armaz just shared it. So please, if you're not already subscribed to Joe, check him out. He does an awesome morning show. He does awesome panels. Him and Mike Alcazar do the roll call. It's really great. So we appreciate him joining us. We're going to keep playing this. He's going to give us his insight. Please make sure you subscribe to Joe if you're not already.
Working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
Takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctors, they understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
Now, as far as the determinations that are ultimately come to by the medical examiner,
They got to answer out why the case investigator Proctor wasn't at the autopsy. That's an important aspect of this, because the case investigator is supposed to be at the autopsy. Now, if he's out doing something, or he got caught up in court or something else, filing paperwork, that's a whole other issue. And then you send somebody who knows all of the information just like the case investigator does. And I don't think that's what happened here. And that's something, and then they were almost with that bullying stuff with the ME, which is going to be brought up again when the ME finally talks.
For
but
sure.
That's just not good police work.
No.
Lieutenant, as far as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with the medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what, if any, impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you're doing?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we.
All right, Joe, is that true?
What exactly? Because he was talking about a couple other things here. See, the ME and the police are two different agencies. They're not supposed to be in cahoots on anything. That's it. It's that they are in charge of the body. The cops are in charge of the crime scene. It's as simple as that. Was there something more specific?
Yeah, well, so when there's typically, like you said, you're going to have typically the lead investigator in there during the autopsy, right?
Supposed to be there by 9 a.m. the next day. Generally, that's the way it goes. Yeah.
And when they're in there, are they typically giving a factual scenario of what they believe their theory of what happened is to the ME?
Yeah. The idea is to go down to the MEs. You bring the case folders or files, whatever you have, photographs or whatever you might have taken at the crime scene, any other information that's going to help the ME make his or her determination on exactly what happened. The one thing you never bring is evidence there, right? So you wouldn't bring, like, say, if it was a knifing or a shooting, you wouldn't bring that item there, because now you're talking about contaminating it when you have the victim there too. So that's the way it's supposed to go. I mean, and this policy or procedure, however it is, should be instilled everywhere in the country. I mean, there's no national standards, but sometimes, dare I say it, It's just common sense at this point.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
By the way, if you saw, Joe has books on this, folks. I saw Shiraz said she got the book just so she can know the right way to do things. Make sure you're checking out Joe's book as well. Just search
All
Joe
the
Jacko.
Joe stuff, starting
All of
with subbing to his channel.
Yes, absolutely.
You want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause, and to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you've learned through the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regards to January 29th, 2022, and this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone, so I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We'll discuss what the next steps should be. And that's what transpired over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner where at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation, and that the state police would do the investigation without them.
Now, as far as that appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it, what was your understanding at that time as far as what the role of the Canton Police would be?
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we need the support of the local police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
Now, with respect to those conversations you mentioned that you had yourself and what the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that abnormal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to the police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement in his conversations, as far as you're aware, did they evolve, or were they any greater or less than the conversations that you had with Chief Berkowitz?
No, they were the same conversations.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. At some point over the course of this case, or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them, and then I reported up my chain of command.
Can we see a report?
Was he admonished in any way?
He was by me at that conversation, yes.
Yet he was left as the lead investigator on the case.
Now, sir.
That's not cutting it. There's another one giving everybody up.
Again, just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was investigating it, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it typical practice in conducting homicide or death investigations as far as civilian witnesses are concerned to seize their personal cell phone?
It's not uncut. It happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters, or what would be some of the reasons that certain civilian witnesses' cell phones would be seized versus others?
Well, you use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, is more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access via consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Kerry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken versus some other witnesses?
Well, they had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of a supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
Sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions like around the time that you were leaving?
There's probably 8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway and the large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
And where is it first that you were heading to?
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the CERT team was concerned, if you can explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do and why you had requested.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures. So I reached out to him and asked for his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you make to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 p.m.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
And with respect to the weather, if you could just in general terms describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that day.
I observed blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Nowhere does he say he's going to make sure that someone's secure in this crime scene, right? So if I'm responding to this, if I'm this guy, I'm not calling the CERT team first. I'm talking to Canton saying, okay, who's securing the crime scene? Is it marked off? I mean, I haven't heard that once yet.
Great point, Joe. Wow.
You got a guy, you have this officer's dead on this guy's front lawn. You know, and it doesn't matter if he's an officer or not, right? You have a person dead on somebody's front lawn. You treat every death as if it's suspicious until proven otherwise, which means you treat it like a homicide, even if it turns out to be not. You can't undo this. This isn't the playground where you can say, okay, do-over. And this is playing out.
I'm showing you a series of documents, just ask if you could look at those, look up and finish.
And believe me,
And do you
I made my
recognize
share
those,
of
sir?
mistakes.
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport, Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the months of January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's the next town over.
And as far as, are you familiar with a Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From the Ponza Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
Relatively same geographic area as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport and 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir, with regard to the records for you, from your memory of those dates and those times in January and February of 2022, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
Yes.
I love that question.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce in minutes.
Now you understand?
Looks like we got a sidebar.
Yeah, what else is new? So getting back to Simi's question, you treat every case as the same. It doesn't matter who it is. I mean, this was a blizzard. Nobody wanted to come out on this. It's as simple as that. Nobody wanted to come. Solo cups.
And so, Lieutenant, at some point you respond to 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone else, from the state police preceded your arrival?
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
Now, as far as their search was concerned, how was a determination made, or who, if anyone, made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters. And he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement do you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and how many people are involved or when they end or anything like that?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, you know how many members of the CERT team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34 Fairview within these 2 parameters.
And over the course of, now as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal had concerned or where the precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road?
So the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The snow banks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. So that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara? as
Bob,
far
you're
as,
muted if you just said something.
Items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There were 2 items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of taillight, where did that information come from, or why were those the items that were being?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only one shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had one shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we'd gotten information that witnesses stated that Miss Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight, and so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members from the CERT team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the CERT team members, from your observations, able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the CERT team and their search, what, if anything, did you do to document and memorialize their efforts as far as any items that were recovered?
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place and documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He just took a deep breath there.
Joe,
Jurors will be stopping at 4 today.
Joe, I want to ask you something. Yep. When Jay gets back, I want him to pause it because I think he's going to probably ask a question real quick here. All right, he's looking close. So, Joe, like the pressing question for me in your training experience, and based on the fact that anytime you have
Sir,
a
with
dead body, you
respect
kind of
to
start from it's a homicide, you learn better of it. I'll get to
direct your attention to what's been marked as exhibits 111 through 134, and just in general, I'm just going to ask you.
I do.
Pause it real
What do you
quick.
recognize those to be?
The photographs that I took.
So what I keep trying to figure out now, I know what my stance is from a defense attorney's perspective. Do you think, based on the information that they had at the time, that they would have been able to have enough probable cause to get a search warrant on 34 Fairview?
It's tough, right? Because they said there's no footprints from the house, right? There's no drag marks. There's no nothing on that respect. But I can't imagine why you wouldn't want to knock on the door and talk to everybody there. I mean, if you have a dead person on somebody's front lawn, I mean, it's just a natural thing. I mean, if it's out in the middle of the field, there's nobody to talk to. But that's canvassing 101. Every house has a view of where the body was, you're knocking on the doors. I don't care if it's 2 o'clock in the morning or what.
And plus, I mean, but they knew that was his destination. You know what I mean? And like the snow didn't really start in earnest to where it's, by the time they're getting there, they're not going to see footprints if he's dragged out at 12:30 at night and they're there at 6 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? It's like, to me, just having the fact that they knew that's where he was supposed to be going. They saw the car pull up and he's dead. If that's my house, and I'm not a Boston police officer, they're coming in. And I think that they probably have enough PC to get the warrant to just check it out. You know, I mean, they have to try to figure out what's going on, because at that point, they hadn't found any of the taillight. You know what I'm saying? Like that early on. So like if it's an intellectually honest answer from, you know, a cop's perspective who's really trying to investigate everything, and if take the cop part of it out of the equation, if that's just somebody's house who this guy was supposed to be going into, and you're like, all right, well, he's dead on the front lawn. He looks like he has 2 black eyes, you know, because none of them even see this wound on the back of the head. The early first responders, you know, I mean, it's like, I don't see in what world you're not getting into that house to at least see if there's anything to see. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Well, to talk to him at least, right? I mean, to go in there and just find out what's exactly happening at this point. I mean, listen, you know as well as I do, establishing probable cause in any kind of situation and go in front of a judge and plead your case to get a search warrant, you know, without any really evidence per se, would be difficult, right? I'm not saying that they shouldn't have tried, but the evidence wasn't there. I mean, remember, the cold kind of screws this up too, because the blood coagulates faster. It stops where, so they might not have seen that amount of blood. And listen, we know that our Officer Seraph is kind of like, you know, out there in left field during this whole thing. So yeah, it's a tough call.
Tough call.
Good afternoon.
May I approach Mr. Rodrigo?
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor the point, but if I could just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay.
Desk before you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 111?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 114. Again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 114?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observe.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to give better context.
And these photographs of these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, the CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I could memorialize it in place.
So it's picked up and you asked him to put it back where he found it, and he did so?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 117.
Evidence dynamics.
And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 117?
Yes.
What do you recognize as?
Members of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 120. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 120?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph?
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photograph?
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly, from this group, Exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 131?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down and start. We can have the lights back on. Now, with respect to the items that were observed and photographed by you on January 29th during the search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in an evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
Well, first, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol or the policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain pieces of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put it in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. It will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your office?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to
homicide section, Trooper Jeff Kotkowski,
evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're sent?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in two different methods and has an alarm code pad, and you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one and the two assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, it's essentially yourself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the second unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come in to the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this point?
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the two and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence within the locked storage?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
As far as that transportation or transmission from the temporary area to the permanent area, what, if any, sort of documentation is generated in regard into that?
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timing?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or the assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in the permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road at the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house, from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir.
No photographs
That
with
was
crime
seized
scene
from 34
markers?
Fairview Road that day, outside the
There were
residence.
none. There were none.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove that item from the bag and display it for the jury.
Yes.
At least these guys know how to use evidence tape, right? Not like the lieutenant from Canton.
Oh, how's the
Sir,
sneak?
good, place that in the bag. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize each of those respective bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And sir, if you could, just with respect to each of those bags, read what is listed as a description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
Red plastic.
Did they ever ask for a rough sketch from this scene?
Not that I've seen.
No. And what about the time of collection, Joe? Doesn't the time that it was collected matter?
Not really. I mean, you're dealing with the blizzard at that point. You should probably wait for the daylight. Hold the scene to the daylight. Which I question. Why would you want to do this at night?
The Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit those as the next exhibit.
Great question, Joe.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Now, Lieutenant, before we get to the next item before you, if I could just ask a couple questions in regard to the search. January 29, 2022, about what time is it that you arrive in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether they were. No.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Now, with respect to when these items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Buchanan on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time, as their supervisor, were you aware of where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dayton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the search team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene of 34 Fairview Road, along with the search team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, may he remove the items from that second bag
Yes.
before him? Lieutenant, from the two items that you have before you in your hand, you had met reference to one of those clear pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or just in some way delineate to the jury where you observe that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Lieutenant, if you could, you can place those items back in the bag.
Objection.
Just like I would say this.
I have a feeling she's about to end this for the day. If they're
She
under
said 4 o'clock.
Right at 4.
She's got a hot date.
A hot date with getting the hell out of that courtroom.
Rather than while we keep talking, I'm going to go ahead and send you home. Please
You
do
keep
not
talking.
discuss this case with anyone.
Let's see if
Don't
she
do
says
any
anything about
independent research or
tomorrow.
investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30. We hope to get started right away, okay?
All right. Tomorrow's a full day.
All day. So it sounds like
Sir is leaving the notebooks on
Friday's
your
going to be the
chin. All
day
right,
if
jury
she's
out.
speaking with the defense experts.
Yeah, this guy was pretty good. This lieutenant was pretty good. I just didn't see like the normal crime scene photos that you take, right? So he did talk about the long view, the mid view, and then the close up. But there's no mention of any crime scene markers taken, because that's the next set of photos you take. You put the crime scene marker down, you take the photo, because then that goes on your evidence log, so that when that evidence log gets lifted, it can go to the court, go to the lab, and then you keep track of the chain of custody that way. So,
yeah,
I mean,
from the pictures we've seen, they definitely did not have any evidence markers put out, unless there's other pictures.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. Tully was a good choice to put on after Proctor, because I mean, he at least sounds like a competent cop. You know what I'm saying? It's like after that nightmare that was Proctor, I think it was important for them to put on somebody who sounds professional, like understands the job, describes to the jury what a chain of custody is, and the proper procedure in terms of collecting evidence and what we do with it afterwards and when it changes hand and all that stuff.
But here's the problem with this. Lally did this again. He put a hanging curveball for the defense, right? He asked about what he did about the phone conversation about Proctor's text messages. And he says, well, I admonished him. And then he said, I sent it up the ranks, right? Did you write them up? What did the up the ranks people do? What did they say? Did they give this over to internal affairs as part of the investigation? I mean, those questions he should have asked that and get that out of the way. He just hung this curveball. The defense is going to be like, okay, you admonished them. What did you do about it?
Right.
What are the people? Who are the people? We've seen this over and over again. These guys keep on pushing this off to other people in the organization, right?
Yep. Shit
All
rolls
of those
downhill,
people-
man.
And what's going to happen is these guys are going to be up Shit's Creek when all this is said and done.
Oh man, I can only imagine what's going on with these cops outside of the courtroom, with each other, with Lally. Like these are not pleasant conversations that are happening with the prosecutor. Because like as much shit as we give Lally was handed a case that Morrissey decided that he was going to proceed on. The DA says we're going forward with this thing. Lally's stuck with what he's got. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know how much I could hang on Lally. I mean, yeah, we're all tired of his sighing and all that other shit. But the fact of the matter is, like any attorney, you have to play the hand that you're dealt, and he was dealt a brutal hand in terms of how this investigation was handled. And man, like I just like there's no like Tully was important in terms of establishing. He claims that there's 2 cert guys there when he gets there. He gets there at 5. All right, so that mitigates the damage in terms of, is there time for Proctor to get from the Sallyport, even though it's a 3-minute drive? Because what that does is it re-expands the conspiracy, which makes it harder for everybody to buy into that concept. Because this Tully comes across as a pretty straight up dude. Like I have a hard time believing Tully's like going to be fine with them planting evidence. So, I mean, like in terms of that, it's somewhat effective. The question becomes, was the damage done by Proctor so massive that nothing's going to matter after that? You know what I mean? And
that's the whole thing. I mean, listen, you know where Lally was going. Lally was going with all this, right? Because he's talking about road conditions. I'm sure people are sitting there going, "Who cares? We know it's snowing." No, he's doing just what you said, Bob. He's trying to make it so that there's the roads were so bad, right? Even Lieutenant, there's only 1 lane plowed. You can't get 2 cars past it. That they're setting that up for that argument. That's exactly what all this was about. And I was making notes on this napkin, very big piece.
Very professional, Joe.
It's not a Dunkin' Donuts napkin, but it's which is the official note taking apparently for the Canton Police Department. But the whole thing about documentation and this and that. But yeah, if you watch Lally's, oh God, awful kind of monotone kind of thing in here, putting everybody to sleep. He's just trying to get rid of all those arguments about the evidence locker. There's a temporary one. There's another one that only 3 people have access to it, right? Because this is where he's laying that there's no way that Proctor could have gone in, gotten this information, and brought it back there. But here's the thing, defense. I'm sure their ears ran up when they said, "Well, who are the other 2 people?" I forgot the first guy's name, but we all remember the Chico's name because he's in those text messages, right? So he's the guy that was, I think he's saying, rookie move, shame on you for not getting the ME to change. So that's going to be where this is my opinion, of course. This is where the defense is going to try to exploit. They're going to try to exploit the Chico when they bring him in, and that's their key to this.
100%, 100%. You know, because like my favorite thing that you've said in the entire time you've been on here is, and there's been a lot, but that which I had never thought about in terms of you're in blizzard conditions. The snow isn't stopping anytime soon. I think it dumped another foot. By the time we see Reed's vehicle pulling into her dad's place the next day, it's like chest high. It's incredibly high, huge, like 2 feet of snow. Why aren't you just securing the scene, putting your tape up, and then coming back in daylight? Like what all of a sudden is the hurry to get over there? And you've got guys shoveling in a yard that's buried in snow and needle in a haystack style, miraculously finding these 3 pieces. They strike gold. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's
definitely a supervisor's decision when you come with the weather like that. I mean, you're talking about 5:20 in the morning when you got another 2 hours to go, and it's daylight at this time when the lieutenant shows up, right? It's only 2 more hours and it's daylight, for crying outside. Because remember, with the pushing the clocks back and all the other stuff. But there's nothing could ever beat daylight. And I remember a lieutenant telling me this: nothing ever beats daylight. If you can hold it, right? Here's on somebody's front lawn. If they would have held it, it wouldn't have impeded traffic. It wouldn't have impeded school buses. But no one's going to school or going to work anyway. Everyone was half plastered in Canton that night, so nobody was going anywhere.
Exactly.
So, I mean, just at this point, just wait.
Right.
I mean, deal with what you got. Secure the guy's clothes when you get to the hospital, right? The victim's clothes with John O'Keefe, everything that he's got on him, right? Cell phone, all that stuff. Secure that, wait for daylight, and then do some of this stuff because, you could have missed something. How do you know this guy wasn't shot and there's a shell casing somewhere? Just one tiny shell casing.
I mean, and the thing that kind of keeps sticking about, that keeps sticking in my mind about the shoe. So, I mean, you had Seraph over there, and you had another cop there in the morning, and it's going to come out that the plow guy whose route it was, Lucky Loughran, did not plow at 2:30 a.m. He said there wasn't enough snow for me to plow. And then when he came back at 6 a.m. in the morning, when they find, John O'Keefe, the first responders are already there. The scene is hectic. He doesn't plow again, which is telling you that street had not been plowed. There's still a minimal amount of snow. There's certainly not enough snow to be covering a shoe. How are they missing that shoe? Like, you know what I mean? It's like I'm not concerned about this. Like, oh, the sole's a different color. Like, that's a non-starter for me. That's bullshit. I'm sure it's his shoe. So, but how do they miss it? Like, how do they miss that shoe in the morning? Because they all testified. They were grid searching the scene. Like, they were all like the guys that were there, a few cops that were there. It was Good, Seraph, and who was the second cop who testified? They were looking around. They were checking it out. So I don't know. It's just the whole investigation is spurious at best. It leaves more questions than it answers. That's my biggest problem with it. And the defense is doing a hell of a job selling it. I have no idea if O'Keefe went in that house, but at this point, what they've been able to expose as far as this investigation, this is like next level bad. Like, you're never going to have a perfect investigation. We're human beings. I mean, people are going to fuck up.
People expect that too. I mean, there's going to be mistakes. Like if I mentioned in the middle of it, evidence dynamics, that's just things that happen that are out of your control, right? So they take the shovel and they throw it over, and there's a piece of the glass, right? And now you try to put it back, which is kind of like, you really can't do that, so to speak. And that's that you could take the picture and say that's where the shovel thing came from. But that's like splitting hairs at that point. You're dealing with a one-off situation with a blizzard. People are going to expect that kind of thing. But I think that besides Jackson destroying other things today, I think he also poked some extra holes in the investigation. Like, how does the homicide investigator not know about deleted messages in a Cellbrite report? You're supposed to be prepared for all that. You know, like, how do you not know that? How'd you miss it? Right. So I had put it out on Twitter. I said, I don't know what's more damning, that he missed it or he didn't read it. Right. I don't know which one's worse at that point, because either one is a double-edged sword. So, and not collecting the video surveillance from the school area, wherever that he was talking about, the one area where he said, oh, that sounds like a good spot where they locked up the kid. Oh, you know, there's a good video camera. I think it was a gas station or whatever.
Yeah, the gas station.
And they don't go, right?
Right.
You don't go. So I mean, they poked a lot of holes in this stuff. And
Yeah, I
wouldn't be
mean,
a bit surprised.
I don't like. I didn't love that they were dragging Colin back into it. I mean, Colin is the least likely person to, like. I just don't see a 16-year-old jumping into a scrum if it's something between Higgins and O'Keefe. I just don't see him involving himself in that, no matter how much of a hard on the kid is. You know, it's just I don't see that happening. And like when they do that, it kind of reeks of desperation, which I don't necessarily think they need. And, you know, if I had another critical observation, like Karen Reed needs to cut the shit with the facial expressions and like the smirking and like that. I do not think that plays well with the jury. You know, I mean, like, she needs to remember she's the defendant on this case. She's
getting cocky.
Accused. She is getting cocky, and juries don't like that. You know, like if I'm Yannetti, I'm in her ear saying, cut the shit, lose the smile, just sit there. We know all this. We don't need you to, you know, this, you're not being surprised by anything that you're hearing.
Yeah.
You're aware of all this. You know, I just need you to be stoic. Just sit there. It's going to be more effective than you making all the faces. Cause like, I guarantee you, they like, in retrospect, they're not going to be happy about that at the end of today. I mean, she's got to rant, or like, just reel it in. You know, she's got to be able to control her emotions there. And I get it. I mean, if she in fact didn't hit John O'Keefe, which to this day, I think there exists. If she did hit him, I don't think she knew that she did it. I think she was blacked out. But then, you know, I don't know. It's like,
well, here's the thing, though. You know, not only you got to watch Kerry, but if you saw, Yannetti was kind of staring down Proctor too the whole time. You know, and especially about, you know, I don't like the guy, and he's like looking at him, and as he's walking, he's looking at him. See, if I'm Lally now, if I'm noticing that, I would have asked him on the stand, tell us why you hate Yannetti so much. I mean, at this point, why the fuck do you got to lose? You got nothing. Excuse me. Why do you have nothing to lose? Right? I mean, piss Yannetti off, make him look like a jerk, because that's what people would then focus on him and see his, and then they could turn around and say, oh, look, the defense is actually angry at this guy, and that's why they're setting him up like that.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's how I would have played it. But
they tried a little bit, and then
yeah, but Lally ain't your guy.
Nah, he's not.
Yeah,
he's not your guy for that.
No.
So, all right, well, it was it started with the bang and kind of ended with a fizzle a little bit, but it was a hell of a day, man. Joe, so thankful you jumped on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well,
just a quick note. Sorry, Jay. I know you guys are covering this, but John Ray is having a
yes, I was
just
supposed to bring up.
Oh, sorry. Guys.
No, it's all right, guys. If I said, you know, I said before, make sure you're following Raul Catch List on Twitter for the best list covers. Won't Rex Sherman, but on YouTube, you're not going to get better than Joe Jackalone. He has the best guests. He has the best lives yet. And if you don't know, John Ray, where the attorney for one of the victims is announcing a press conference where, Joe, it seems like he's essentially saying the family knew, or there's some evidence that he thinks the family knew.
Honestly, I'm a little worried about this, you know, because I'm looking at now, everything's going so well, this becomes like the fly in the ointment.
Right.
You know, we saw the shitstorm he caused with the swinger story, right? And now here we are with, you know, 6 victims on this guy. Now all of a sudden we're ejecting ourselves back. I do have John coming back on the first week in July. He'll be back on the show.
Nice.
So, you know, I like John. I guess people can say whatever they want, but this one here, I'm going to be looking at it real hard.
He's got a strong hat game. And what time's that going? Is that roll call?
11:30 a.m. tomorrow.
So it's a little later than roll call. All right. Yeah. Everybody go check that out. We'll catch you up over here when you pop back. Joe, we love you, man. You know, you
guys, subscribe. What our subscribers can help us by going and subscribing to Joe, show him the love, comment, do all the things in his videos because he deserves it. We appreciate him taking the time.
Thanks, guys.
Well, you hear him. You know what you're getting. Just a little small sample size of Joe's awesomeness. Thanks, brother.
All right, guys. We'll see
Thank you, Joe.
Bye.
Bye. All right, man. That was a banger. Right. So like I wanted to hit this in A to Z. I hope you're still here. Yeah, I didn't hate Shannon as much as the chat did in terms of that trial. The Crumbly Jay and I covered a fair amount of Crumbly. Chat hated her style. I had asked A to Z if she meant, to me, the thing that stood out the most obviously was that closing argument where she made it this personal thing. And I didn't know how to feel about it, because every time that I've ever tried to make some kind of personal references to me in my closings, the judge shuts it, like immediately shuts it down based on an objection by the state, because you're not allowed to do it. You know, I mean, like it's like you're bolstering, you're improperly bolstering by adding your own shit into it, saying, oh yeah, this is legitimate because this is what I would do. And I'm a lawyer and you can trust me. So it took me by surprise, and it took me by even a bigger surprise that she did it for the entire closing. Like, it wasn't just a couple of like anecdotal stories about her. It was like the whole thing. She was putting herself in the shoes of Jennifer Crumbly. I mean, I would never have done it that way. And, you know, I mean, I think the results speak for themselves in terms of the conviction on a case where like that, where it's never been tried, holding parents responsible for their son's actions outside of their presence, you know. So I actually, I agree with Jay quite a bit with respect to, I thought James' attorney was more refined in terms of her ability to be able to argue the case. And, you know, even with her, who clearly she knew the evidence, and she was really kind of a play by the book type attorney. You know, she was concise, you know, stayed to the script, and, you know, wasn't overly, she was definitely more organized, you know. So like in terms of like in comparing the two attorneys on the Crumbly's cases, I would probably grade the second attorney out higher. But that being said, you know, I kept kind of making excuses for Shannon in the sense that she was trying that case alone, you know, and it's like you see Lally, who is doing everything himself in terms of all the directs and the redirects and pouring through the evidence and stuff like that. But at least he's got a second chair there. He just never lets her do anything except argue that one motion. That's it. So I don't know, man. Let's get a final thought from you, Jay. Where are you at today after the big Proctor Proctor testimony, man?
Like I said before, I just think there's no coming back from it. I just don't think that anything they produce, even if they have, because even if they, let's just say they have a black box, the defense is going to have an expert, which, by the way, it seems like it's going to be Friday, because she said, did you say anything to the jurors about tomorrow being a half day? So likely Friday, half the day is going to be a voir dire of their experts. But I just don't think there's any coming back from this lead investigator, A, being a piece of shit human being, B, you know, just he didn't even look at the report like Joe just said, which I didn't even like. That was like, he didn't even look at the cell report, couldn't even refer to that. He's texting his fucking supervisors the shit, and just how Alan Jackson ended it. Like, he was done with his investigation within 16 hours, which he brought out, and he got him to admit that he was biased against Karen Reed. Like, I forgot what the wording was, but will you admit that? And he's like, oh, based on those words, yes. Like, yeah. So how could you convict a woman when the lead investigator admits that he is biased deeply? He's biased against her. He's calling her these awful words. He's being an awful piece of shit. I just don't think there's any coming back from it. That's my takeaway.
So I thought that at the time of the incident that Colin was 16. Was he 18 at the time?
I thought he was 17, but I'm not. He was in high school, right? I mean, I guess he could be 18.
Still in high school. I'm not so sure. I just think that, to me, what makes more sense, Pam, is that John O'Keefe may have become privy to what was going on between Higgins and Karen, and that just makes more sense in terms of what may have started whatever may have happened, if anything happened in that house. I've never thought that Colin throwing a beer can in his bushes or walking across his lawn would start the kind of brawl in the house that would result in John O'Keefe ending up knocked out cold with a huge wound to the back of his head. But, you know, who knows? I think anything's possible. I'm just trying to look at it pragmatically. And, I was a 17-year-old kid. I had my fair share of fights when I was a kid. None of them were with adults. They were always with kids my age, so it was like, I don't know. I mean, anything's possible. That's all I'll say. I mean, like where I'm at with this thing, like I've got to dig into this. The thing that has just got my mind like spinning is the ring camera shit. If it has been their testimony and they have outright accused two different witnesses without being able to dig into it, accused Karen Reed of deleting the ring cam video. And if it turns out that the Chico had it at his disposal, which means it wasn't deleted, he can't be viewing it if it was deleted. And he's noting that Karen gets home at 12:41 a.m., which is spot on when she gets home. To me, that's devastating mic drop type shit. Like, I mean, that to me, that's even more definitive than the Sallyport shit, and then it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts with this investigation. You're never going to get anybody to admit that they did anything wrong. You're never going to get, like, no one in that house is going to admit at this point that anything happened in that house or that John O'Keefe came into that house. You're certainly not going to get cops on the stand admitting that they planted evidence. It's never going to happen, ever. So what you have to do, if you're the jury, is try to figure it out from everything that you've seen that comes into evidence through testimony. You've got to use your critical mind. You've got to use your common sense, and you've got to reach a conclusion. And like where I'm at, I'm with you, man. It's like there's no coming back from it. This was I would call it a technical knockout. Like I don't think they knocked him out cold, but I like this is they got a standing 8 count. And, the refs trying to decide whether or not to call the fight, man. It's like Proctor was incredibly damaging for them, and it's like, I'm sure on the Twitter sphere, people will be making excuses, which they should be ashamed of themselves. There's no excuse for that guy.
And who do you think, when it comes to closing, is going to present a better argument about what went down? Either Jackson Urnetti or Lally. I mean, you just can't polish like you talk about. You just can't. You can't rehabilitate what happened there. You can't, in my opinion.
There's no way to. It is what it is. It's one of those witnesses where he was dreading putting him on. I think he really was avoiding trying to put him on. And like I said, I think the defense maneuvered this thing so that it became incumbent upon them. They had to put him on. Like, no one ever wants to put on a witness like that when you know that much shit. Can you imagine being Proctor, knowing you're gonna have to get up there and eat shit for 2 days?
You gotta be dreading that for months. And it had to been worse than he could ever have imagined the way Alan Jackson came at him. I mean, imagine all the people in that courtroom just looking at him. How could you, like, I'm sure he just wanted to crawl into a hole.
It's unbelievable. All right, mods, you guys are the best in the business.
I hope you saw I can't do a poll on your channel, but I hope you saw where I said
I did.
Bob, as Wu-Tang says, protect your neck. I want you to relax. You could do it on another day. You're on vacation.
Yeah.
Don't come. Allie's gonna be mad at you. So first of all, that should be the thing that scares you the most. So
it does scare me the most. And she's got like that damn petition she's desperately trying to finish. So I think I'm going to take your advice, Jay, and our chat's advice, probably pass on tonight. I still got to drive down the shore.
Oh, you still got to drive, dude? Oh, yeah, man.
Dude. I still got to get down there. So, yeah, we'll be on Jay's channel tomorrow, bright and early. I'm excited to see what's to come. I mean, look, I'm still dying to see the ME. I mean, the ME is still, and we know that this ME comes back with undetermined. You know what I mean? Like, this ME would not call it a homicide, which, but she also rules out that she thought it was a fight. You know, so it's like this case, Jay. This
Before, yeah, and again, we will be on my channel, Shamey Jay, tomorrow. But I just want to do a little shout out to my wonderful wife, Shannon. I don't know if you saw, she did a video that she's working on for a long time. She released the premiere yesterday. She is reading Wendy Adelson's book, and she's giving you a breakdown. It's 30 minutes. Please, I think if you're following the Dan Markel Adelson case, Wendy Adelson, you'll appreciate it. It's on her channel. If you could give her a sub and just like that video or comment, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, for sure. And Hammy, I don't know if Allie answered that. Like when you're impeaching somebody, that means that you're able, that you have them giving an inconsistent statement in another, and typically in other sworn testimony. And what you do is you set it up by saying what they said in court today. And then you say, okay, and this is your answer on the stand under oath today. Correct? Yes. And then you'll go like what they've been doing here is they've been going to a lot of the grand jury testimonies where they've given inconsistent statements, and then they'll impeach them with that. But on this date, you said such and such and such, didn't you? Yes. Well, one of the two has to be a lie, correct? So you're trying to pin a guy down like that. So that's basically what impeachment is. But you guys were incredibly, incredibly generous today. Thank you so much. Like seriously, I got 2 Venmos, Jay. Never get the Venmos.
Awesome. The best people in the land. I mean,
dude, like our chat is unparalleled, and I'll die on that hill all day.
Same with our mods.
Dude, our mods. We adore you. We love you. We thank you so much. Jay, I love you, my brother from another mother. I will see you in the morning, man.
8:45 tomorrow, folks. Don't miss it. Full day tomorrow.
I can't believe the Wade Wilson thing came down with the verdict. What was it? Guilty as shit?
Guilty on everything, and now it's onto the death penalty portion.
Wow,
so
man.
2 days to get a death penalty, man.
When we heard that with that reporter, remember? She's like, oh, it took a week to get a jury, maybe 2, 3, 4 days for the trial.
And I was like, bullshit. And she was
wow. Wow. Yeah, for sure. That's absolute truth, man. I guarantee you, my daughter wants for nothing. She is spoiled rotten, and I'm happy to do it. So, a lot of boardwalk fun, a lot of ice cream, a lot of good times down the shore. So I love you guys. Thank you so much. We had a great crowd today. Jay, I think we topped off at 1,200. That's amazing. Just do us a favor, please, please, please. And this stands for when we're on Jay's channel tomorrow. Please just like it, subscribe, share it. It gets us out into the world. It gets our shows growing. We appreciate you more than you'll ever know. And make sure you're doing it. As soon as you come in the door tomorrow, hit that like button. And we'll see you guys all tomorrow. We love you.
Thank you, everybody.
Peace. All right, I'm going to play the little tune, the outro. Later, y'all.